There we go. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. What's going on, y'all? Yeah, I know we missed yesterday, yo. So, the fact that we missed yesterday, though, was for, I guess, what ended up being a good reason, though, because today is the first day of Adventures of the Forgotten Realm actually being legal on Magic Online and Arena as well. So, pretty exciting stuff. And the first thing I want to do is actually go over our blue-white spirits list here so that we can see a lot of what's going on, I guess, in our little world here as we try to stay awake, as we try to stay ahead of whatever the metagame is going to end up doing. Also, that leads us to a Pioneer list that I'm not going to go so far as to say tuned, but changed a couple of spots around for, so that we can get to playing that as well. Excuse me. Today's also an allergy day, so I'm trying. Hey, what up, Mercadian Merchant? How you doing? Yeah, okay, so here we go. So we've got Modern Blue-White Spirits, and this is what I've been playing for the past, day now. This list is pretty normal. It's got 36 creatures, 3 of which are going to be Glass Pool Mimics. We've got a bunch of relatively normal lands going on here. The real highlight being 2 Cavernous Souls, 3 Hallowed Fountain. I think I want more of the actual colored sources early here because we're playing things like Prismatic Ending. So I want access to the white mana just a little more often. So we're not playing any Waterlogged Groves. We're playing 2 specifically white canopy lands. And if we want to optimally tune for Prismatic Ending, then I would say to yes. Definitely split these 2 Horizon Canopies to be 2 different white canopy lands. However, the end goal here is actually not to play Prismatic Ending in this specific list. The card I actually want to be playing in this list is Portable Hole, the new removal spell from Forgotten Realms. And if I can catch ManaTraders holding on to any, I will be happy to snag those. I have also been looking on GoatBots to see if any of the robots have had those. So far, no luck. But while we talk about this and we talk about Pioneer, I'm hoping that, just 3 people sell portable holes to the bots so that I can grab them. But until that comes, I'm not playing Portable Hole. We're on Prismatic Ending. Those are those spots here. But everything else is still pretty normal as far as sideboards go. We should do this real quick. So we've got 3 copies of Prismatic Ending, 3 copies of Remorseful Cleric. So this is going to help against things like Dredge, things like Oval Chase Daredevil, if you care about that. This will help against, Dredge, Daredevil. It'll help against Living End. There's a bunch of stuff that uses the graveyard that we kind of want to be aware of. But there isn't enough pure Dredge out there in the world to the point where I think we need to be going back to Rest in Peace or even Grafdigger's Cage. I think Remorseful Cleric, because it can attack, is probably where we want to be right now. I've got 2 copies of Path to Exile because, specifically things that cannot be tagged with either Prismatic Ending or Portable Hole are honestly pretty annoying and are starting to make a bit of a comeback. So we'll see Murktide Regent, we'll see Urza, the creature, we'll see Stormwing Entity. Those cards are back and kind of all over the place because of how good things like Chalice of the Void and Unholy Heat are. So you're looking to see a lot of creatures in the meta that are trying to get out of Fatal Push range, out of Prismatic Ending range. So I think now is probably an appropriate time to go back to playing Path to Exile in the sideboards, because while Path honestly sucks, it is a catch-all. Excuse me. We've also got some forces over here just chilling, doing normal force things. 3 copies of Chalice of the Void, which may or may not end up going back up to 4 at some point, but I think 3 is okay because I've got 2 copies of Void Mirror. 2 copies of Void Mirror, just, again, a hard stop to things like Rhinos, things like Living End, but also there's a 4 to 5 color Elementals deck that's running around. And the Elementals deck is playing a lot of the free Elementals. So they're playing 3 to 4 Solitudes, 4 copies of Grief, And that's on top of everything else the rest of the format is doing with free spells right now. So Tron matchups aside, I think Void Mirror might actually work out for us because we don't really want to look at 0 mana Solitudes. We don't really want to look at 0 mana Griefs. And Void Mirror helps out with a whole lot of that just fine. So that's going to be what I'm doing with the sideboard here. Any luck on this? Still nothing, okay. As far as Pioneer is concerned, we've got a Simic Spirits list here. And this I was able to find the cards for. So the card for Simic Spirits I was most excited about here is going to be You See a Guard Approach. And when you see a guard approach, you can do one of two things. You can either distract a guard and tap target creature, or you can hide and target creature you control gets hexproof until end of turn. Now, those are both effects that the deck is already interested in. Like, we're already interested in Blossoming Defense to give ourselves hexproof. That way we can protect our creatures with Curious Obsession or Sixth Sense on them. We are already interested in tapping our opponent's creatures, seeing as we're playing cards like Shacklegeist and Nebelgast Herald. Having a card able to do both, even if honestly You See a Guard Approach is not a good tap effect and it's not a great hexproof effect, the fact that you get to choose is huge game. So, you know, like if you see somebody playing like a big ass Shark Typhoon token at you, you can just tap it with You See a Guard Approach and then you can finish hitting them because they're trying to block with it realistically. And then the following turn, or if you get to draw cards from one of your Curious effects, you get to decide how you want to deal with the Shark Typhoon token later on, seeing as we have 6 creature tappers in the deck. You get to, you know, tap down a big Crackling Drake so that it can't kill you. You get to tap down, I don't know, like a Thalia's Lieutenant or a creature with a shit ton of auras on it. You get the idea. Just like getting to control combat even more is pretty sweet, even if it's only like a one-time thing to let your flyers through. And giving hexproof, like I said, is already a thing that we're interested in. Like, we're already playing Rattle Chains, Blossoming Defense. We've played cards like Dive Down before. We already used cards like Miscast, which is still in the deck, to help make sure that our opponents can't just, you know, Fatal Push and Anger the Gods us out of the waters. So I think You See a Guard Approach has some real potential in this specific deck. I don't think it's going to work too well for the versions of Spirits that are not trying to play Curious Obsession, but for the ones that actively want Curious Obsession, I think You See a Guard Approach is pretty freaking good. And then the sideboard I've changed up a little bit too, to reflect what a lot of the meta looks like. So we've got 4 copies of Mystical Dispute, which has not changed, 2 Tests of Talents, which has also not changed from what I've been doing, but we've got 3 Night Pack Ambushers. I've been crazy impressed by this card. 2 Grafdigger's Cage, which is also not really new. But then 4 copies of Run-a-Foul, and this is the new thing here. So Run-a-Foul, I was playing Skylasher in the board previously, but Skylasher doesn't really do too much to cards like Arclight Phoenix. So you can just cast Run-a-Foul, make them sacrifice a creature with flying, so they have to sacrifice like their Phoenix or their Crackling Drake if they're playing that, or if you're playing in a Spirit's Mirror, they have to sacrifice just a creature because the whole deck's flying. And for 1 mana, I think that's pretty good rate. Like 1 mana, sacrifice your Arclight Phoenix that you've either cast for 4 or put 3 spells worth of work into. I think that's a really good return on 1 mana. You can make them sacrifice the 6-drop Niv Mizzet, which is also super huge. Importantly for things like that too, since Niv Mizzet costs 6 and Run-a-Foul is not blue, that's going to be really huge for us too, because they can't respond with Mystical Dispute on your Run-a-Foul. So that's going to be a great way to just permanently deal with a resolved Niv Mizzet. And that way you don't have to do things like trying to flail your arms with Aether Gust, for example. So I think this card's got a lot of potential, and I'm really excited to try this thing out. I don't know. There's another bunch of cool things going on, too, in Pioneer. Like, there's also this Grixis Value Town deck that's kind of been everywhere. Like, I've seen this list running around. I have not changed the main deck, I think, at all. The sideboard, I wanted to put in 2 copies of Direfleet Daredevil. But the premise here is that you're playing a Lurrus deck. Good evening. Hey, what's up? Nice to see you at 12:30 instead of 4:30. Yeah. Excuse me, I gotta blow my nose now. But yeah, good to see you. Towards the start of the stream rather than at the end. But yeah, so we got Pioneer. We've got this Value Town deck here, and it's just gonna be like a Lurrus deck, and it plays a lot like the Dreadhorde Arcanist deck that is already in Red, Black, and Pioneer. So you're playing cards like Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, Dreadhorde Arcanist itself. You play Croxa as a big giant finisher. All of these things can be rinsed and reused with Lurrus, except you get to play blue cards in this deck, which means you get to play copies of Drawn in the Lock after you Thoughtseize, which is a pretty big game. You get to play just like Opt as a solid A filterer and B extra card for Croxa. But the real kicker is that you get Jace Vryn's Prodigy, and that's super big for a deck like this. So like getting to just play flip Jace, and you can flip Jace for all of your awesome spells to be rinsed and reused again, like Expressive Iteration and stuff. That's gonna end up being super big. I'm at work, so I get caught if I'm blaming you. Oh man, I mean, don't let me get you in trouble, but I don't know, just don't get in trouble. I cannot pay you if you get fired. Heresy. Facts. But yeah, the board here, pretty good. Magma Sprays, Abrades. I put in Dire Fleet Daredevil because I think this card's, if you at work, it work. I don't know, people have some pretty mixed opinions on that here in America. So we can sort that by mana value. There we go. So there's Angrath's Rampages, there's a bunch of Duresses here, there's a Feed a Swarm, and this will help get around things, random things like Leylana Sanctity and stuff, but also kill like the auras. A Dreadbore lives here, Rampages, some Damping Spheres to help protect you against Lotus. So I think this deck also has some pretty decent potential. I think it looks pretty good. I think this deck with UC Guard approach though is just like ultra lit. Like I am pretty excited about being able to jam this, and the two cards you can't see are just the Grafdigger's Cages. So I am pretty pumped about trying something like this. So let's refresh this to see if nope. Still no portable holes on any of the rental services or bots. Okay. So that means that I'm still going to want to play some Modern with the sideboard that we have here. Yavimaya was not that good in the Infect deck. I had too much green and not enough black to cast double black for Crusader. I also need to fit Rancor in the deck. Rancor's not a bad idea. So you found yourself with like just not having double black often enough, even with the Ingenious Hierarch? Is it still here? Here it is. Good luck on today's match. Thanks, Call of Duty. How you doing? For the military service, I finally downloaded Arena again, not gonna lie. Phoenix is still a dope deck, that's facts. Even though Brainstorm is super underwhelming with only 4 fetch lands. I mean, I don't know, you don't want to put too much stuff in to make Phoenix feel absolutely broken in Arena, but it's definitely true that, 4 fetch lands, you don't get the full Legacy feel out of it. I'm okay with Brainstorm being only okay on Arena, because, like, for anybody here who plays Legacy, like, Brainstorm is fucking busted. And almost all of that is due to how powerful the fetch lands are. So I don't think I would... Oh, Faithless Looting, how I missed you. God, that card's just so fucking powerful. You know what? I'm still gonna stall for time here while I wait for any of the rental services to actually have cards. Faithless is too good. Pendelhaven and Dryad Arbor and Yavimaya was too much green. Okay, I can see that. Sometimes you can draw just like a double green source holding up a Phyrexian Crusader, and that might just like, be a bit of a sad time, yeah? I am super salty I didn't figure out how to play Historic Best of 3. What do you mean? Like, you didn't figure out how to get to the play mode, or best of one is just meh? Honestly, I agree with that. I do not like playing best of one. I mean, maybe I'm just a boomer, and I always kind of feel like, you know, best of three is what I was kind of raised on, if you will. So best of three is what I like to see, but I just really don't like playing best of one. Like, it just doesn't really feel like you're playing Magic at that point. Yes, I'll show you how. It is possible to play historic ranked best of three on Arena. Yes, that is a thing. Oh yeah, I actually got the draft package because I had so much fun with Strixhaven draft. So I actually, like, I caved. I ended up getting the, 300 gems, 400 gems, 1500 for 400 gems. Still good. So, how do you feel about Spirits in the current meta? I assume you're talking about Modern, but I think Spirits is actually fine. So, what I was complaining about earlier, and the reason I'm not playing Modern already, is because I'm waiting on any of the bots to have copies of Portable Hole so that we can replace these prismatic endings that I have in my board right now with the Portable Hole, and that'll help us out with a lot of the faster matchups. So as of right now, I've got 3 copies of prismatic ending in my sideboard. Kataki, I actually don't really like Kataki. So if I need to, I will play prismatic ending for today's event, but I would rather play Portable Hole because, you know, 1 mana and 2 mana is a huge difference when a lot of the threats you're looking to kill are 2 mana threats. So, and we're only playing exactly these 2 off-color lands. So I think the fact that Prismatic Ending can technically hit 3 drops is a much worse plan to play for than just having Portable Hole always cost 1 and hitting 2 drops instead of Prismatic Ending costing 2 and hitting 2 drops. I think that's a really, really big difference. And yes, Portable Hole can be destroyed, but like, how often does it come up that people are destroying things that are not our creatures in the matchups that we want to play Portable Hole against? So I think I want to... Oh, the answer is no, the real Damacy, because I don't plan on playing Prismatic Ending by the end of the day. If I have to play Prismatic Ending, then yes, I will replace a Horizon Canopy with another white Canopy land, but the plan today is not to play Prismatic Ending. Did you see the playlist Dr. Queller 5'd with yesterday? No, I did not really look much yesterday. So let's take a look and see what you're talking about here. So let's do this. Yesterday was the 6th. Oh no, it wasn't, but the most recent list is from the 6th. Alright, what are we talking about here? 21 lands, 3 Phantasmal Image. I understand it, but I don't like it. 2 Katakis, 3 Sanctifiers. He's really high on Sanctifier. And Rest in Peace. Okay. So this is also a good point that I bring up. Like, why no Chalice of the Void? I'm playing Chalice of the Void. He's playing 4. And I've got 3. Maybe you can't currently see them because of the chat, but they're right here. So if they're hidden by the chat, there you go. So no, there are definitely Chalice of the Voids in this. But yeah, it looks like he's playing 2 Rest in Pieces on top of 3 Sanctifier and Vec. So that will kind of reinforce the point I made about, hey, we should probably respect the graveyard right now. Because I think that is going to be a pretty big deal. And I think that's right on point too, because like I already went from 2 to 3 Remorseful Clerics because I think we're coming up on a time period where we... Oh, that makes sense then, okay. Yeah, we're coming up on a time period where we'll need to respect the graveyard. Sanctifier also dunks on Asmo? Medium. Like, it gets rid of specifically the copies of Oval Chase Daredevil, yeah. And protection from red and black is nice against Asmo herself. But honestly, like, it doesn't really do that much against the entire rest of the deck. So, like, they still have their Urza tokens that are colorless. They still have their you know, everything with Shadow Spear on it. They still have copies of the blue creatures like Thought Monitor and stuff like that. So it is true that Sanctifier and Vec can definitely hit part of the deck, and it's nice when it does. But I guess that's what Kataki is for. Yeah, that's what he's playing Kataki for. Like, I think Kataki is not bad. Like, if any deck really wants to play Kataki, ours is the Kataki deck, you know? But I don't know that Kataki is probably the, I guess, best thing to be doing for that, because it can still just be killed with a regular removal spell versus something like maybe Stony Silence, and you side out your Aether Vials as a bit of a stronger answer to the food decks. It could be the case. You know what I'm going to do? What I'm going to do here, because Prismatic Ending is very good, but I just don't think I want to. Kataki is not bad. Don't you disrespect the vintage playable spirit. Hey. Well, okay. I'll give you that, because I actually have played Kataki in Vintage. But by that argument, that's like saying Lavinia and Azorius Renegade should be seeing play in Modern Humans. And honestly, I just don't believe that to be true. Like, she has a little bit of function right now because Charlotte's Agent is a thing, but I still don't think, like, this is Lavinia time period. Is Suppression Field good against Asmo? Like, there's a ton of activated abilities. Suppression Field is pretty good against Asmo because, like you said, there are a ton of activated abilities. I don't think we want to be a Suppression Field deck because we also play a bunch of activated abilities. I mean, less than them, so it's still probably, you know, probably like a medium wash. I don't know. If we wanted to play something like that, I'm not against playing 2 Katakis. I don't think I would want to play 3, though. So here's what we can do. We can play Katakis, take out the Prismatic Endings, put in a Path to Exile. Again, because, like, the Murktide Regents, the Stormwing Entities, all of these really big over CMC 3 to 4 creatures are coming back in the format, and I just do not want to face those down. But Kataki is really not bad. So I can see playing 2 of these as a bit of a hedge against the Urza Asmo decks. My biggest problem with Kataki in Modern is that a 2/1 attacker, unlike Vintage, just does not matter if it doesn't fly. Like, and yes, Ragavan, etc., etc. Ragavan's real good, blah, blah, blah. But in the world of Spirits, where we are not backing it up with things like Unholy Heat, we are not playing equipment to make it better. Kataki, like, just as a creature, is probably worse at its job than just playing, like, Stony Silence. My current knowledge of Modern is 0.1, fair. Don't get too much outside world knowledge. If you sit in a bunker the whole day, yeah. And all the other Magic nuts just play Limited or Historic. None of them brought their decks for obvious reasons. Right, of course, makes sense. But no, like, I mean, but you're right, though. Kataki really isn't bad. It's, I think, definitely suitable. Like, it does a lot of work against the Urza decks, for sure. My only real issue with Kataki is that, like, Kataki is just, like, horrendously bad at combat, and that still matters against a deck that plays, like, you know, just a 3/3 ground pounder as its highlight creature. Like, if they play Asmo, you play a Kataki War's Wage, they sacrifice their artifacts, they're still winning that fight because they have a 3/3 and you have a 2/1. So that's my problem with Kataki, specifically in Modern. In Vintage, Kataki's fucking amazing. Like, this card's great in Vintage. So if I were going to play some kind of effect like that, I think I would actually just play Stony Silence. Kataki sadly does not fly. No, it is pretty sad. I mean, I guess if we wanted to play everybody's favorite spirit out of Modern Horizons 2, we could then give Kataki flying. But I don't remember that card's name. What was it? Ghostlit something? Ghostlit Drifter, here it is. Yeah. There we go. Give your Kataki flying. Woo! It is the dopest artwork, though. That's fair. The card is super sick looking. I'm just sad that it, well, sucks. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to grab 2 Stony Silences from those guys. Still no portable holes. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and grab 2 Stony Silences from ManaTraders. And I honestly don't really feel like waiting anymore. So let's take a look at Arena 2. Oh, you know what we can do? Oh, there's a new backgroundy thing. What's this? Oh yeah, that they had an event on Arena where you could play with eroded versions of Arena cards for historic. Like they reworked Oko and Uro and Field of the Dead, all kinds of stuff to try to like make those cards at least slightly reasonable for play. And that does set a bit of groundwork for them to see if not only does it give Kataki flying, it also aids out Skyclaves. I mean, I guess you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Alright. Alright, so I'm just going to play Stony Silences and side out these Aether Vials and call it a day as far as that's concerned later. The moment where you have to misspell a word to get it through the filter. Oh, aids. Oh, yeah, because they, like, helps out the Skyclaves. I got you, yep. Didn't even realize. Wow, that's harsh. Okay, I didn't know that they would censor you on that one. But, that's going to be that for that part of things. Still no portable hole, so I'm pretty sad about that. I really want to play with that card today. On Arena here, since we've got 3 drafts and a sealed deck entry, that's pretty sweet. So here's what I'm going to do. It's kind of a continuation of stalling for time on that. So we can go ahead and build our sealed deck here for Forgotten Realms, just to take a look at some of these sweet new cards. And I'm hoping that in the time I build a deck, some portable holes will show up for the box. If so, great, we can jam those. If not, I'm still okay to just play like this. Like, this is not a bad sideboard. I don't think it is anywhere near optimal. Like, if I were playing in like a showcase event this weekend, I don't think I would play with the sideboard as is. But this is honestly not even bad. But yeah, let's. Super sad the Forgotten Realm Spirit is meh. Yeah, the Guardian of Faith. So I'll pull that up too for anybody who might not know what Saltar is talking about. But it is really sad that Guardian of Faith is not quite there for Modern, I believe. So for anybody who hasn't seen this card yet, it's a 3 mana, 3/2, Flash and Vigilance, which is important because it's not flying. But when Guardian of Faith enters a battlefield, any number of other target creatures you control phase out. So if this were 2 mana for a 2/1, it would be great. If this were 3 mana for a Flash Flyer instead of Flash Vigilance, this would be playable. But a 3/2 Flash Vigilance is honestly just kind of bad. Yeah, exactly. Like, but this card might still be able to see a little sideboard play in specifically Bant or Blue-White Spirits in Pioneer. Because, like, you still get to 3 mana's Vigilance flying. I mean, you need the Flash, otherwise the effect doesn't do anything. So I'm not going to say Flash Vigilance flying. That's probably just a little too good. But, like, Flash and flying on this effect seems pretty dope. Like, because in specifically Pioneer, the sweepers that people are playing to get rid of your creatures don't really care about Selfless Spirit as a whole. Like, yeah, sure, Phoenix plays Anger of the Gods, but that's about it. As far as the control deck sweepers, though, they're playing, like, Extinction Event, they're playing Shadow's Verdict, they're playing Languish. All of these things that get rid of all of the creatures on the table, but couldn't really give less of a shit about Selfless Spirit, because, like, let's see, Languish is minus counters. Yeah, here we go. So, like, all creatures get -4. This exiles everything. This exiles everything. So, like, the fact that Guardian of Faith has the ability to just, like, say, phase out and can ignore all of those different things that either exile or give minus. This card has a lot of potential to be pretty good in that Pioneer environment where this can get around the specific sweepers that people are playing in Pioneer. Because, like, Selfless Spirit right now, other than exactly Anger to Gods from Phoenix, doesn't really have much of a job. And it's not like Phoenix exactly has a hard time getting rid of a 2-1. So, I think this card has some potential to see a lot of play there. I was talking about this card with my friends, and they hate spirits, so they were ribbing me when I said it needed flying, and they said I was too greedy. Yeah, I mean, it sounds greedy for sure, but, like, it's kind of true. Like, let's be real. Like, in a format where people are playing big-ass things like creatures with auras on them, or, like, a real deck. I'm sorry. Like, or, well, fuck it. Like, a real deck, like the black-white aggro deck that's playing Thalia's Lieutenants and stuff. All of our creatures need to fly, otherwise there's no point to playing a deck like Spirits. Because, let's be real, in a format of like 4/4s and 5/5s and 6/6s, we're playing 2/3s. Like, you know, like, the math doesn't generally add up. So, the fact that all of our stuff can have flying is the entire we all know Spirits isn't a real deck. Let's head over to the metagame here. Hell yeah, look at us go. But you already have Skyclave that doesn't fly, and having that just hurts your board. It's true, like, Skyclave, like, we're obviously willing to play Skyclave because that card's just so fucking good that, like, you'll just take the L on the non-flying part. But, like, that's about the only real concession that we're able to make. Like, playing other non-flying, we also know Pioneer isn't a real format. You know, and that actually makes me a little sad because I actively like Pioneer. I really enjoy playing it. It's just that, you're right, it's not a real format, and, like, nobody has a reason to really give a shit about it. But I find it really fun. Like, once we start getting preliminary events, weekend events, stuff like that, whenever I have time to play them, I would like to start playing those things again. Just because, yeah, like, it's an actually decent, fun format. I liked Pioneer when it was the unsanctioned Frontier, but that's because I played the old standard that rotated out. Oh, sure, so, like, if you played around, like, say, Kantatar Kier or Theros Standard, and you just, like, had your Siege Rhinos chilling about and stuff like that, then it makes a lot of sense that you'd probably be like, hey, I don't want these cards to be worthless anymore. I want to have a reason to play them still. And that makes a lot of sense. But of course, Pioneer, the format, ended up just being like a bunch of busted combos to start out with. Approach to the Second Sun, that's a cool thing to be doing for sure. So let's go ahead and build our sealed deck. I, of course, have looked at all the commons and stuff with y'all the other day, but I have not actually gotten to... Oh, right, it shows you your rares first. So, Flying Ward, discard a card. Whenever this thing deals... Oh, that's pretty good. Acerak the Archlich. You have to complete this Tomb of Annihilation. Wait. Oh, zombie token. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I saw the dungeon and it says 1 out of 4 here. And I was very confused because there's only 3 dungeons in the set. But the 4th card is just the zombie token that it makes. So I was thinking that I was looking at a 4th dungeon for a quick second. I was like, wait a fucking minute. Alright. 7 mana does nothing. Pepper's Farm remembers when you're able to play cards like that in Standard. The D&D set... Yes. So, Zen mode, this is actually very normal for Magic now. The way it works is that first, Magic Online and Arena get the cards released. And then about a week and a half, 2 weeks later, that's when you see the paper cards released. So that's what happened with Strixhaven, with Modern Horizons 2, and now it's happening again with Forgotten Realms. That should be the schedule that you just... that should just be what you expect, really. Are you off of subtleties permanently, or is it just the current modern meta? I think that is just going to be the current modern meta for myself. So I was playing Subtlety IRL, because people switch off of their decks a lot less often IRL than they do in what the fuck am I looking at here? Online Magic. So no, Subtlety is the Aether Gust. Solitude is the Swords to Plowshares. So in real life Magic, I actually have them. Haha. So I played 3 copies of Subtlety in a modern 2K, and I even got like the cool looking extended art ones and stuff, and I don't know, they're sweet. But I'm playing 3 of these in my sideboard for IRL Magic, and I played a 2K, and I actually ended up getting a what I think is a fairly easy top 8. And part of it was because of the subtleties. So like I ended up facing Heliod combo, and you know, just like not dealing with a Spike Feeder for a turn is great. You get to put a Primeval Titan on top of their deck when they cast it. And I even played against a copy of not Ad Nauseam, but whatever form Ad Nauseam is taken right now. Like you get to play Spoils of the Vault plus Thassa's Oracle, and Subtlety made it so that like I was able to respond to Thassa's Oracle and just like keep it off the stack. And I think the Subtlety's really good when it's, I guess, format appropriate, but like I don't know that online Magic right now is that format. I don't know if you remember the name because I only started watching like a week ago, but I am not Zenin. Oh, okay. I was out of the country, got back, so I have access to my main account again. Oh, cool. Okay, sweet. Guess what? When you can't just mana trade an entire deck in 5 minutes and you tend to play decks for longer. Yeah, it's a very different environment for sure. So it's a little weird. Like when you play like IRL Magic, you can expect people to keep the same decks for like months at a time, if not years. Because like you said, like it's just a whole different animal playing online versus playing IRL. Like it's almost not even the same format. We got Volo, which I guess is fine. That's why I'm a paper player. Sure, nothing wrong with that. Like, I mean, Magic Online, pretty fucking expensive. Like that's a real thing. Like if you just don't have a bunch of time and money to keep up, then it's awful. Unless that one time I bought Snokos and 2 days after the event it was banned. Jesus. Like, that reminds me of trying to play Kaldheim, where if you played Kaldheim Modern, like, I joke about this all the time, but it's literally what happened. So, like, we were doing great, Spirits as a whole, because we were beating the shit out of combo decks and beating the shit out of the Earl decks that tried to beat the combo decks. And we were fucking people up left and right because we have good matchups against both of those things. And what ended up happening is that on the Thursday of Kaldheim's release, everybody in the moms was playing Tibalt Trickery combo decks. And, you know, people would try to get their turn 2 Emrakuls and, you know, stuff like that. And it would be fun for just one person, and it was a miserable experience all around. But we got to play a bunch of free stuff, right? Like, we got to play cards like Force of Negation. We got to play cards like... we even played Commandeer at one point. We played cards like Thalia. All kinds of stuff to, like, make it so that their spells were just, like, much harder to get around, right? But literally the next day, Valky plus Cascade had already been discovered, and the Tybalt's Trickery deck was already deemed to be completely unplayable. It took 1 day. So, like, if you bought into the Tybalt's Trickery deck, then, you know, your purchase just went to nothing, because Magic moves so fast online that it was just absolutely wild. Like, literally the next day, the Tybalt's Trickery was already done. Tybalt's Trickery ban was probably the most stupid ban in Magic history. Nah, like, I don't know. I don't think it's really anything that's needed for, like, a lot of, like, the slower formats, because, like, it's just not really fun, and it's zero brain, too. I don't know, most stupid ban in Magic history? That might be a stretch. I don't I don't know if I'm on board with that one. I'll have to think of something else, though. So what else do we get? We got this thing. You get a legendary 4/1 cat with trample. Creature to... Oh, that thing. Sure. It grows when your things die. I got it. Okay. I know what you do. I've read you. I know what you do. And I know what you do. Okay, cool. Any portable holes? No? Alright, what all did we get here? We got the Cave of the Frost Dragon, Cleric Class, Ranger's Hawk, Ambush on the Road. Either rescue or +1/+3. Okay. Still no portable holes over here. We got Divine Smite, which is the anti-black removal spell, otherwise something phases out. Potion of Healing, Paladin, which is just a 2/2 lifelink. You turn something into a treasure. Gain a life, draw a card. This card's not bad. Pegasus, target creature gets +1s in flying. Enter the dungeon. Oh, no. Creatures you control get +1s in vigilance, which is pretty sweet. Secret door, enter into the dungeon. Scry 1. Equip creature gets +1, and whenever it deals combat damage, you can sacrifice this thing to get a token of that creature. Sure. You see a guard approach, investigator, 6 mana to roll a die. Jeez. Actually, as a 2-drop, that's still not even bad, though. Combat damage +1s, 4 mana can't be blocked. Polymorph, bar the gate, counter and dungeon. Enters a battlefield, venture. If you've completed a dungeon, somebody becomes a bird in combat. Roll dice, get a flyer. That's pretty good. Bounce or Aether Gust or Steal. Okay. Either you tap or you freeze. And it's got flash. That's not bad. You find a villain's lair. Counter or draw the drop. Scry. Oh, actually, a 4 mana 3/3 flyer is not even bad, though. Like, the card's actually pretty good. Air Call Elemental. Bounce something. Feign Death. It's literally feigning death. Okay. Check for traps. You steal a card. Got it. Okay. Draw 2 and get a treasure for 2 mana and sack an artifact or creature. Okay. Fate's Reversal. Raise Dead plus Venture. Okay. Draw a card and lose a life if a treasure mana was spent on it. It was especially stupid because they already knew beforehand it would happen. Just look at Divine Gambit. Is Divine Gambit banned in something? Like, Divine Gambit, everybody looked at that and, like, knew it was going to be really terrible. I'm failing to see the line there. When it attacks, roll a d20, Death Touch or plus in Death Touch or First Strike and Death. Oh, this card's great. Divine. Oh yeah. Divine Gambit does not let you target yourself. True. Oh, Power Word Kill. That's sweet. Sepulchre Ghoul. Okay. Thieves' Tools. Get a treasure and can't be blocked. Okay. Yeah. Like, giving that card the ability to target yourself. I mean, yes, they really should push the envelope sometimes to give people reasons to be interested in the cards they're selling, but at the same time, that card's just, like, just pretty stupid as a whole. Like, it should not have been that easy to proc. Vampire Spawn. Loses 2, gains 2. That's actually not even bad. Flash Flying. Finish off a creature. Okay. Kick in the door. Got it. Equipped Menace. This card's actually pretty decent. Okay. +3s or can't block. Either shatter or play their cards, not your cards. Meh. That's not bad. A mana of First Strike and Haste. 5 damage. Swarming Goblins. Search for Basic Forest. Okay. Land. Gain a land. Oh, it's not Rangers. It's Druid. Scaled Herbalist. Cursed Idol. Oh, this card's pretty good, even if it's a sorcery. This card still seems pretty good. +2/+2 and haste. Find a path. Sure. Bullet. +2s or you gain 3. Okay. You get a 2/2 wolf and a 4/1 reach. Draw a card. This card seems sick. Ranger class can give you stuff land walk of a chosen land type. I mean, I think Ranger class was fine. Like, you get to... What is it? I know it makes a wolf when it comes in. That's the one I remember. Oh, that's Forgotten Realms Commander. I don't want that. I want regular Forgotten Realms. I'm just gonna look it up here. Here we go. Whenever you attack, you put a +1 counter on something. You can look at the top card of your library and cast creature spells off the top. Yeah, I think that was alright. Just got here. What did I miss? So far, not much. So, what ended up happening here is that I wanted to rent out copies of Portable Whole from Forgotten Realms so that we can play them in Modern. Only one subtype of Rangers actually has a pet. Oh, right. So, we mentioned this last time. So, like, I don't know anything about 5th edition D&D. But I did play, like, way back in 3 and 3.5 and even AD&D. So I'm used to Rangers having, like, almost animal familiars and pets. If that is not really a thing now, then, yeah, I'm definitely missing some information. So what did you miss? So we're actually just building a sealed deck right now, while I'm kind of stalling for time and seeing if any rental services or bots have copies of Portable Whole that I can snag, so that we can play those in the ManaTraders matches. As far as ManaTraders matches are concerned, I'm so far, 3-1? Which is okay. So I'm going to have to play at minimum 6 more of those matches to qualify for the Swiss rounds. So I'm hoping to see those. If I do, great. And if not, we went over a tentative sideboard that we can still play here. And I'll hide chat so that you can see the rest of it. Boop. So that we can at least have something viable to play for those matches. So I'm not going to play any of the sealed deck rounds, at least to start. No, Pauper was last month. This month is Modern. As in, they get bonuses on certain terrains and against certain enemy types. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. So, like, if, I don't know, for example, your Ranger's backstory is that, like, the Ranger's mother was killed by a dragon or something, you can declare that your character has bonuses against all dragon characters. And so, like, that's so weird, though, because you're like, hey, man, I understand that there's, like, 5,000 different creature types in D&D, but, like, I'm going to specifically build my character just, like, to be racist? Is that what we're doing here? Ranger is super underpowered in Edition 5. That makes a lot of sense. It honestly just doesn't really sound great. Yeah, it's weaponized racism facts. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not here for it. Alright. So what do we want in this deck? I think I like the blue and black cards. Both our blue and black cards are pretty good. So, like, the flyer seems decent. Oh, right, the lands that... Oh, it's not the old system anymore. Okay. I actually kind of like this. Do you ever see Spirits getting Cold Breath, its ability on a white dragon? Let me look White Dragon up so that I know what you're talking... Oh, no! Where's the not collected thing? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, right. I have to do it on another window because I'm building a sealed deck. Let me see what Cold Breath is so that I can know what you're talking about here. So you said White Dragon... Oh, Cold Breath. I call that freeze. Okay. Yeah. Will a spirit ever get freeze? Maybe. Like, I can see them printing a 2-mana flash flying freeze spirit at some point. Sure. Yeah, favorite terrain would be pretty good translation into X walk, like plains walk or forest walk. Yeah, I can see that being a thing. Um, yeah, at some point they'll probably print like a flash flying 2/1 spirit that freezes a creature, or I guess casts cold breath. So yeah, I'm sure that's gonna be a thing that they choose to do at some point. Like, I'm almost positive that they'll end up eventually saying, "Oh, well, this is a thing that I kind of want to do here." Wasn't that other Shackle Spirit a cold breath-ish thingy? Um, like Shacklegeist, I mean, like, they all do it one time, but there's no spirit that says, do the thing, and the creature doesn't untap, which is more of what MTG Ectoplasm was getting at. Why is that a sorcery? I think I am going to play all of the counter spells. Because we have so many, they're, like, actually a lot better since we have a bunch. I don't want to play these Deadly Disputes. This seems okay. Nebulous of Frost? Oh, is there one? Alright, let me see what the hell you're talking about then. Nebulgast of Frost? No. What is this card? Oh, when you cast spells, the thing that... What does it have, like a prowess or something too? Right. I don't know, this card seems pretty medium. I might end up having to play this Power of Persuasion, but I don't think I like it as a card. Our black attacking card seems pretty sweet. This card seems very medium. If you haven't completed Tomb of Annihilation, return this thing and venture. I still think that thing's worth playing. Wasn't there one that tapped whenever spirits enter the battlefield? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, like that's Nebulgast Herald. That taps, but it doesn't freeze. So, like, the creature can totally untap the turn afterwards. But yeah, Nebulgast Herald, the one you're talking about, whenever any spirit enters a battlefield, you tap target creature. I think that card is pretty good, but it doesn't actually freeze the creatures. It only taps them one time. Where's that rogue class? Here we go. Mimic. Oh, this card's sweet. Too bad it sacrifices to make the treasure, or to make the mana. You drop a card, discard, you exile instead. I think this card's kind of bad, but it is removal, even if it is really bad removal. Sacrifice. No, this card sucks. I love the freeze ability. Yeah, like, I wish, I want them to just make a keyword that actually says freeze, so I can stop having to explain what I mean whenever I think of a card as freezing. Because, like, that's how I've thought of that ability for, like, 5 years at least, and it's just not a keyword, and I still think of it that way, even though it's never been a thing. I don't know why I think of it like that, but I don't know. I'm gonna play those. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, I'll play that. Wait, is this an instant? Oh, it is an instant. Yeah, cold breath, because now it's a keyword on the white dragon. So I'm gonna have to, like, kind of train myself to, like, stop thinking of it like that, basically, because I have been thinking of it as freeze for a really long time, even though I'm unjustified. Like, freeze has never been a keyword in Magic, but for some reason I've just always thought of it like that anyway. Do I really need 2 of these? Not really. To be honest, I don't really need 1. So let's creature count real quick. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 technically. 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna count that as a half. 11, 12, 13. That's not bad. We can Clockwork Orange you. Oh my god. So speaking of the Clockwork Orange treatment, it's actually really funny that you mentioned that. So for anybody who doesn't know what Saltar is talking about, it's like a movie from 1980, and it's really, really good. It's pretty traumatizing and is definitely not for children, but it is a very good movie at the same time. And there's a scene in which one of the characters, how to phrase, they kind of undergo brainwashing therapy. Yes. And in the brainwashing therapy, what happens is they are stuck in front of a light, and the light is, or sorry, in front of a screen, and they're just like have their eyes literally pried open to look at this thing until it's ingrained in their mind, and they are then brainwashed. The reason I found it funny, it is a great film. The reason I find it funny is because I was just talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender yesterday. Like, this was a conversation yesterday. And they do a lot of the same thing in the Avatar cartoon to a lot of the characters in the Earth Kingdom. And intro to Robot Chicken. Great makeup. Like, everything about that film is really, really strong. Like, it's a super good movie. It's a bit traumatizing, but it's a good movie. And if you are a fan of Avatar, then you'll know the scene I'm talking about with people in the Earth Kingdom, and Lake Laogai was the place where they would take people into the underground area there, and they would do the same kind of thing. They would brainwash people into forgetting their memories and essentially forgetting that there's a war in the town. At least it's not 1984. Yes. 1984 is not traumatizing for the same reason that a movie like Clockwork Orange is. I think 1984 is traumatizing only because of how relatable it is for, especially here in America. Oh my god. Mostly blue. Yeah, 9 and 8 favor blue. I think 1984 is scary for a lot of people because a lot of the events in 1984 are events that you could actually see happening in America. Like, you would look at current day America and go, oh shit, yeah, I can see that happening. Like, that's why 1984 is fucking terrifying. Like, I don't know if a lot of y'all on the other side of the pond, haha, will get like the same effect out of the book or movie, or was there a movie? I don't even know if there was a movie out of the book. If there was a movie, then I guess V for Vendetta, sure. Especially the movie right now is super relatable. Yeah, like a lot of these really like harshly political pieces of media are unfortunately really relatable right now. And honestly, I am sick of waiting, so I'm just gonna queue. So I'm just gonna go into some matches here. Like, I don't feel like waiting on folks anymore. So like I said, we got to. There was a movie. Okay. But somewhat tamer. That makes sense. Yeah. Oof. But like, there's a lot of stuff like that that is just unfortunately super relatable. Like V for Vendetta is a pretty decent example. Yeah. Like, there's 1984. If anybody remembers like reading Franz Kafka from when they were in high school, The Trial, stuff like that, it's still bad. There's just a lot of these like older political pieces of media that are just like super relatable. Animal Farm, yeah, another George Orwell. Another piece of media that are just so relatable now that you're like, oh god, this is fucking trauma in book form. I don't need to be here anymore, you know? Do we have an opponent? We do have an opponent. We're waiting on somebody named Arias. Well, actually, no, we're not waiting. I'm sorry. We are challenging some... Oh, they have events again. Cool. So let's do that. And we'll switch it like that so that we can see how our progress goes. Because, like, MTG bot doesn't do anything for ManaTraders. So I just went ahead and, I guess, typed up our record here so that... Whoa, you're the wrong person. Wrong person. Hi, wrong person. Wasn't waiting for you. So I'm not playing this match because this is not who I wanted to fight. I very specifically asked who I was going to play here. American History X is super disturbing. Atlas Shrugged I have actually not seen. But yes, American History X is also pretty disturbing. Honestly, like, a lot of the stuff that happened in American History X, you can also just see happening, like, just today. Also, American History X is, like, not that long ago in the grand scheme of things either. But, like, just a lot of the shit that happens in that movie, I can just see happening here in Syracuse where I live. Like, it is not difficult at all to imagine those events happening right now. But yeah, so many of these movies are really, really disturbing. It's kind of wild to see just how hard-hitting some of these things are. And, damn it, no! Again, the wrong person. Hi, wrong person, wasn't waiting for you. Like, was not waiting for you, go away. I specifically typed in who I was waiting for. Oh. Yes, also keeping hydrated. Damn it! What is this? Why is every... Wrong person, wasn't waiting for you. Go away. What is this? I mean, that is also the point, yes. Everybody else, stop joining, please. Hooray! We got the right person! Dre gifting him free wins today. What a saint. Oh, man. I hope they're, you know, the egos are running real high today, I hope. Okay, so our hand is, not terrible. So we've got a decent 1-drop, couple of 2-drops. Obviously, a couple of Skyclaves are not bad, so I am going to keep this. This is on the lower end of hands that I really want to keep, but whatever. So let's see what we are playing against here. We are playing against something with Urza Saga in it, and it's a turn 1 Saga, so yep. So I was going to say I am pretty likely to think that they're playing Amulet. They are playing Amulet. A decent 1-drop. Yeah, sure. Seriously. Like, Spectral Sailor is not great, but here we are. So this turn with a bounce land, they can go ahead and make a construct if they want. Do you expect something from Innistrad? Maybe another 1-drop? I hope so. That would be nice. They're playing an Explorer. I'm not going to do anything about that, so I'm just going to play this and press 6. So next turn, they can definitely just, like, Titan us, which is going to suck. Especially on a draw, etc., etc. But there's really not much we can do about this, so I'm just going to kind of pod race and hope for the best. So this is where I was playing the 3 subtleties in the sideboard. And I'll show you guys my IRL sideboard because I don't remember it off the top. But I'll show you my IRL sideboard because it does help a little bit against shit like this. I'm happy I live in a multi-diverse community where we don't have to deal with those issues. I mean, I guess that's really good if that's a thing that you have the ability to just not really deal with too often. Like, my area is... It's a weird little mix. Like, it is technically diverse, but at the same time, it's... Some parts of it are, like, annoyingly segregated. So you'll see areas where like you can cut and paste that statement. Yeah. Right now it's the meme with the three-headed Hydra with Vile Mausoleum Spectral. Yeah. Yeah, for real. Where like Spectral Sailor's like, ugh. Primeval Titan. Should I keep playing this game, to be honest? I will keep playing this game if I draw a Shacklegeist next turn, but I'm pretty sure we're heading to 3-2 territory. Like, this is where I really missed the subtleties in the sideboard already. But yeah, like, in my neighborhood, it's one of those areas where, like... okay, fine. I'm off it. Arg. And honestly, like, most of what we're doing here is just, like, not that great against these guys. So, I can Path to Exile, which is not bad. I can also Chalice on 0, and that'll help some against, exactly Summoner's Pact. But I think that's, like, good enough. What a bad matchup. It is, it is. So, where's my IRL deck? Here it is. Yeah, because this matchup is, like, just not great. So here, I don't know, I was playing, and I'm showing physical cards because, like, some of them are just, like, really cool looking, and I like them. So, like, I got these, like, Boomer Chalices, so I'm playing, like, 3 of these things. I'm playing these 2 Altered Force Negations that I got, which are super fucking sweet, and I definitely want to pick up more Altered cards. Trying to be competitive with Spectral in a world of Ragavan, Channeler, Swift Spear turn 1 is a bit ambitious. Oh, that's really ambitious for sure. You are not wrong. Like, it's just, you know, you gotta know where you live sometimes, right? There's 5 cards out. Just remembered, in our Magic community, we call creatures with abilities Dude of X and other cards Bro of X. So this Markarn is Brony Silence. That would not work where I play, because we definitely have a lot of female players in our area, which is obviously really, really good. It also helps cuts down. Okay, kind of. It, in theory, should help cut down on a lot of, like, the, I guess, the very male-centric speech. In practice, it's hit or miss, but in theory, I like to think that it helps at least some. I haven't really caught anybody being ultra disrespectful to the ladies who play around us in a really long time, which is obviously very nice, but I've definitely heard some horror stories. So I'm just going to play Shacklegeist to get my attack on here, and hopefully this is good enough. Like, Shacklegeist against this deck is super freaking good, so I'm hoping... It was a female friend of mine that came up with the term Brony Silence. Hey, alright, cool. I guess in that case run it, but yeah. Brony Silence. Oof. I am not going to sacrifice my Wanderer for that. I'm just going to let that rock. I'd rather have my clock on a table. Thoughts on the 5-color elementals list in Modern? So I don't like the 5-color ones with Grief and Lightning Skelemental. I do like the 4-color ones that are playing just copies of Omnath as a 4X. Like the one that Canister was playing, where he just played, you know, a shit ton of Omnath, the 4-drop. And this could go south. Oh no. Alright. So in theory, this is not 6 mana, this is 4 mana. A Dryad now? Okay. Okay. I'm still gonna play one of these. Let's do this. A Shacklegeist. That actually is not bad. So let's do this. And I want to attack with 2 of these, so I'll just attack for 4. So this actually looks like a W for us, actually. So a Primeval Titan coming on a table clearly sucks a lot. And that is going to be awful with this getting a copy of Valakut and stuff. The upside, however, is that sick. I was gonna say the upside is that I have a really good clock going, so maybe that helps. Do I want to change anything? No. I already missed the subtleties though. So I will pull up the list that you're talking about too, because they are relatively new lists, so I don't know if everybody is familiar with the 2 versions that we're talking about here. This hand I am going to keep. Triple Shacklegeist is about the best defense I can probably ask for with a Vial. Is Void Mirror actually worth it? I think it's okay. So Void Mirror is decent against like the living ends of the world, against just like a bunch of random stuff that just is free. And I think it's like okay potentially. We'll find out, obviously. I could just take the Void Mirrors out and put Subtleties back in, at least as a 2x. So if this is a Zusa, shit. Alright. Oh my god. We are fucking dead this game is what I'm getting out of this one. Okay. We are potentially doing nothing this game. Got it. Man. Oh! Maybe I'm a liar. Maybe I'm a liar. We might get out of this after all. I'm still not necessarily happy about what's happening here, but, well, you know. Seriously? Grow up, opponent. I'm so mad. Oh, fucking A. And we even attacked. Alright. Ew. Why the fuck? Alright, whatever. I think I am not going to path there. I think I'm just going to Shacklegeist, Rattle Chains, use those, tap this, and then go from there. If they play a Primeval Titan next turn, then I will be happy that I held the path. Nah, that's not great. I will be happy that I held the path. Yeah. Oh, Eve. Yeah, Titan sucks. God, seriously? So, like, it could end up being true that, like, Void Mirror against, things like Living End and against things like Rhinos is not a good enough reason for me to be playing, say something like the Void Mirrors. And it's not like anybody's really playing Tron, so I could just have been capping by playing that in the first place. So I take 5 here, go to 14. And I do get to put my Vial on 3 and start attacking and stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, I take 4, not 5. My bad. But I don't know. Maybe we draw a Skyclave Apparition and kill this thing. What are they doing now? Oh, okay. Why did you play that last land, opponent? What? I have no idea why our opponent decided to play that last land. I think that was... You know what? I am still going to be pretty happy about that versus Summoner's Pact. So, still not great. And I would really, really appreciate the deck giving us a land to play with here. So what are we taking? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12 is what they're attacking for. So what I can do is... I mean, honestly, if we can keep, like, a couple of creatures alive, this is still doable. Dryad of the Elysian Grove Green Daddy wouldn't fly. I don't know that anybody, like, would yell at you for saying that, but, like, just meh as far as nicknames go. Alright, so here, I guess I'll just tap down to 3, have them attack for this, and I can put in like Rattle Chains to block something here. Oh. No, attack with this. Aw. I mean, yeah, I guess I'd just take the 8. This sucks. Like, a lot. And, of course, the Rasta is the perfect thing for them, too, so that I can very pointedly not really do much with... And I'm just going to put in an empty Spell Queller. I should have just blocked with this. What am I doing? I'm just fucking capping now. Like, I'm all angry and stuff because I'm playing against a stupid deck. A Vial. Great. I don't want that. And I did want to land, and I didn't get that either. So, what can I do? That doesn't really do much to a spider. I can play 2 more creatures and tap 1, 2, 3, have them attack for 3. Oh no, I can't play 2 more creatures. I can only play 1 more creature. Oh, no cap means that you're like not lying. Capping means to lie. Let's see. If I can only do 1 anyway, I might as well attack with one of these Shacklegeists. Ugh. So I can have Shacklegeist tank 6 damage. Or I can just, like, get rid of this thing. I can get rid of this thing. No. I think that's still wrong. I can play another Shacklegeist, tap this down, tank 6, go to 1, untap, and then draw what, though, is my real problem. If I draw a Skyclave Apparition, I can get rid of Arasta and also Path profitably. God, not gonna lie, this sucks. So I take 6, go to 1 here. Okay. I'm glad that's not helpful, at least. Rattle Chains? Damn it. Come on. No disrespect, attack with the Grazer. I know, right? Jesus. Well, sucks to be us, I guess. Because I can't play anything profitable here. Like, I can Path to Exile on Arasta, use 4 creatures to tap down 2 of theirs, and that still leaves 2 attackers to 1 blocker. Like, a third land or any 3 drop off of this vial might have been able to help get us there. But this game is unfortunately just pretty over. Yeah. Alright. Well, that sucks. So, we moved to 3 and 2, which is actually fucking awful. So I'm very unhappy about facing Titan as our first deck of the day here. But I do think I like the idea of, like, just shipping these and going back to Subtlety. Do I have... Yes. Yeah, because, like, I've really enjoyed having this card against Titan because, like, Titan is just so fucking bad. And whether it's on 4 mana or 0 mana, this card's, like, at least kind of playable in both spots there. Like, obviously, just path your own thing if you need an extra land. Ew. I mean, and with the Glasspool Mimics, too, like, we have 23 lands in the deck, too. What about Ashiok or Aven Mind Sensor? Ashiok, I've never really liked in this deck. Like, don't get me wrong, Ashiok is not bad. It's not bad. Aven Mind Sensor I have played before in Bant. I don't like it in blue-white. But I have definitely played Aven Mind Sensor in Bants before. The problem with Aven Mind Sensor and Ashiok in the world of blue-white is that when you play them on turn 3, just like what happens if you're on the draw, like, it's too late for those cards because their turn 3, they're already doing the thing. So in Bant, though, those cards are both pretty freaking good, and I've played them both to success in Bant because Noble Hierarch makes it so that you can, in theory, do your cool thing before they can do their cool thing. But in blue-white, honestly, 3 drops just suck as far as hate's concerned. All the hate that you really want to play specifically in blue-white should really cost like 1 or 2, because if you're tapping 3 mana, it's just too late. Like, most decks in Modern are already doing the thing they want to be doing by that time. Just play Ignoble? Ew. So let's see if I can try to get lucky again with the portable holes. Still no. Still no. Okay, so this is the 5-color deck that you were talking about earlier, the 5-color Elementals deck. And let me splash green to splash the other 2 colors I also don't need. So, this deck here, the idea is that you have just a bunch of good elementals. Like, you have Omnath, Local Sea Creation, you have Flamekin Harbinger, which is basically the Vampiric Tutor in this deck. Unsettled Mariner counts as a elemental, Voice of Resurgence is an elemental, so that whenever your opponent tries to interfere with what you're doing, they're either taxed, or they're looking at giant tokens, or both, and you eventually get a shit ton of value out of this deck over the course of a game with Risen Reef. So you have Risen Reef, and it's going to get you value every single time you play an elemental, either ramping you or drawing cards, and you'll just overwhelm the living shit out of your opponent. But a lot of your elementals are also multicolor, which means that you get to play a lot of these super sweet 0-drop elementals for free. All of the free spells for Modern Horizon 2s are elemental incarnations, so they work perfectly fine. So this deck plays Solitude and Subtlety and Fury and Endurance, and they're all on color for this deck. So you get to just like do the thing, and if you pitch like Fury pitching Flamekin Harbinger, you're not that sad about losing a Flamekin Harbinger because like who the hell cares most of the time. Solitude, if you pitch like an Unsettled Mariner, still pretty good. So you're really happy about just being able to have access to all of these free spells, and Ephemerate kind of ties the room together with all of your elementals that you were playing for free. So like you can Solitude something, Ephemerate your Solitude, it'll actually stick around and it'll get to Swords to Plowshare something else too for just 1 mana. So that's like the idea behind this deck. You have Solitude and Fury as great pieces of removal. You have Subtlety as like a pseudo Force of Will. And then you get to like just have really good late games things too. Like you have Risen Reef to just overwhelm your opponent in pure cards. You have Omnath, just the same thing, except this one's cards and life gain. The deck's really good. Basically, nothing that wants to get to the late game really wants to see this. And we did play a league with elementals a couple months back, actually. We played with a 5-color elemental list before Modern Horizons 2 came out. So, like, we didn't get to do any of this cool shit. But we did get to play with Lightning Skelementals, I think Vesper Lark, Thunderkin Awakener. And it was, like, it was really fun, though. Like, we ended up going, what, I think, we went 3-2 because we lost the Elemental's Mirror, is what happened. I remember that match now. It was really long, but it was really fun. But the sideboard's still pretty good. Like, you get Foundation Breaker, which is an Elemental. Fulminator Mage is an Elemental Shaman. More Subtleties, more Fury. A Revel Arc, which is super dope in both the main and board. And then just more copies of Endurance. So everything in here is an Elemental. You get to play things like Cavern of Souls and Unclaimed Territory, because why wouldn't you? Like, all your things are really good. But because you're playing 4 copies of Omnath, you still want to play like a fetched-based mana base too. So the deck can get pretty expensive IRL, but it's still not a bad look overall. The other version of this deck plays black. Let me see if this is it. Yes, no, it's not. No, what the fuck is this? Oh, that's not it. Here we go. So the other version of the list is playing Lightning Skelementals because it's black, and the black cards specifically match with Grief. So Grief is going to be able to pitch things like Lightning Skelementals and like Horde of Notions, which is just all the colors anyway. So that you can Grief plus Ephemerate your opponents while still having a good Elementals game. Thunderkin Awakener can revive Lightning Skelementals, at least ones that you don't exile. And Lightning Skelemental plus Thunderkin Awakener is still like a really good aggressive game to play, so that you can just force your opponent to like answer these or just start taking a shit ton of damage and discarding their cards. So like this is pretty threatening, Grief is pretty threatening. The cards that you're pitching to Grief, Fury, and Solitude, you can recoup those cards by playing Risen Reef, and this is a more aggressive take on the deck, but it's still pretty good. Like, this is still playing 4 copies of Omnath, this is playing 4 Furies and 3 Solitudes, and the reason that they're making this switch is because this specific list isn't trying to play Voice of Resurgence, so there's not, like, the additional white cards in the deck. Instead, you're playing 4 Furies and 3 Solitudes because you're playing the Thunderkin Awakeners and the Skelementals, so you have more red cards. So this deck is playing, you know, more red cards to, and they're playing 4 Furies because there's more red cards than white cards in this specific list. So I like what both of them are doing. This one, you get to play Primal Beyond, Cavern of Souls, so kind of the same thing going on there, but because of the Omnath, this is also still playing like just a shit ton of fetch lands and stuff too. So that's going to be the difference between the two decks, the ones that are playing 4 colors versus 5 colors. And you still get a lot of the same cool stuff out of the board here. You get like Endurance, you get Subtleties, the 4th Solitude lives here, Force of Vigor, which I think is pretty sweet as far as inclusions go. Like, you get to kill, I don't know, like Cookbook and Urza Saga, for example. And Foundation Breaker, pretty good, same thing. We might actually play a league with this at some point. I think this is a pretty fun list. I don't know if I want to play specifically the 5-color version, because I just don't want to play this Grief version. I think this version is probably a little worse than the Voice of Resurgence version, but I think the Eladamri's Call, that seems adorable. And here's what Canister was doing. Like, Canister's going full value. Is it crazy I kind of want Yorion instead of Kahira? Yes. Like, don't get me wrong, Yorion is really, really, really strong. And with Risen Reef, this deck has no problem getting to the mana required to play Yorion. But I do think that Kahira is, like, so good that you just, like, don't need to dilute your deck and make it a Yorion deck. Let me finish answering this. There. So, oh, that's really funny. But no, like, Kahira is really good in this deck. Like, it's cheap, it's just play Luris. Everything's Luris. But no, I think this is actually, like, not that bad, though. Like, obviously, like, all of your cards just get +1/+1. And Kahira's wicked cheap, too. So, the only real downside is that Kahira itself isn't an elemental, so like you can't just very easily cast it off of like Primal Beyond or Cavernous Souls or whatever. But I think this is still fine. But I think I like this Value Town deck a lot. Like you get to play like Teferi, which is good. The same Risen Reef plans, which is nice. But also like this thing's playing 3 Mole Drifter, Peekaboo Spirit. With Ragavan being in play, do you think my Peekaboo Spirit is overpowered? Oh, yes. So, to answer your questions, Altar, what MTG Ectoplasm was doing was, I guess, kind of theory crafting a really overpowered spirit card that ended up saying, what was it? It was 1 mana, a 1/1 flyer that literally cast the card Peek when it entered the battlefield. So, like, you look at your opponent's hand and draw a card. But you paid 1 mana and you got a 1/1 flyer on top of it as well. I think that card is still way too good. Don't get me wrong. I want that card. But that card's way too fucking good. Because, like, Spirits would definitely not be the only deck that played that card. Almost everything that plays blue would at least try to find room to play that card. Like, it's so busted. And, like, it's really, really, really strong. Just like having Peek on a creature is pretty absurd. Make it also that Peek. Wait, doesn't Peek? Yeah. I said draw a card too. Yeah. You look at your opponent's hand and you draw a card, and that's exactly what MTG Ectoplasm put on the Spirit. Is that it was a 1/1 flyer that looked at their opponent's hand and drew the card. That's why I think it was too good. If it was a 1/1 Spirit that drew a card, I would play that over Spectral Sailor. If it was a 1 mana Spirit that looked at your hand, that would see a lot less play, but you would still make an argument for that. Like, that would still be a thing that could see. Yeah, because I remember Gitaxian Probe just being Peek for 0. Yeah. Gitaxian Probe is fucked up. Like, Gitaxian Probe has never been, like, a Magic card. That's always been a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Like, that card is just, like, not an actual Magic card. Like, that card was fucked up and broken when it was spoiled. It was fucked up and broken on day 1, and it was fucked up and broken 3 years later or whatever it was when they banned it. Like, that card has just never been anything remotely close to fair. Yeah, I don't know. I like this. How about a 2 mana Spirit with Ghost Quarter on it called Ghost Attendant? I mean, Gitaxian Probe would probably not see any play in you. That is 100% false. Like, just, like, think about it. Like, cards like Upstart Goblin have already seen a bunch of play in Yu-Gi-Oh! And paying life to do things has already not really been something that you, have really been opposed to playing in Yu-Gi-Oh! For example, cards like Solemn Judgment, which is literally just like, counter target spell, pay 10 life. That card has seen a lot of play in Yu-Gi-Oh! Over the years. Upstart Goblin, for anybody who doesn't play Yu-Gi-Oh!, is 0 mana, target opponent gains 2 life, you draw a card. That card has already seen a bunch of play in Yu-Gi-Oh! Just like, I mean, just seeing the hand and replacing itself seems bad for Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, no. Like, think about it. You know what hand traps to play around. You get to filter your deck so that your card is 36 decks instead of 40. Or, I'm sorry, 37 cards instead of 40. And anything that makes a Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck smaller, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks by nature are much more focused than Magic decks. Because everything in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is 0 mana, you have to just play more powerful cards. Like, there's really not much room for filter, for filler. Like, stuff like Spectral Sailor, for example, would just, like, not fly in Yu-Gi-Oh! Play more Pot of Greed. I mean, if you could play Pot of Greed, everybody would play 3, but, you know, that card's been banned for basically the entirety of Yu-Gi-Oh! But like, you were already playing cards like Upstart Goblin in your combo decks because the idea that your deck could be 36 cards or 37 cards is just backbreaking in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh! That both plays a smaller deck and has more efficient cards because everything is zero. You would absolutely play something like Gataxian Probe. Like, not only would you... Like, think about it. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Got a shitty version of Ponder, and that card was $140 on day one. For anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about here, I'm going to look up Pot of Duality. Here we go. And I'll just read it because it's probably pretty hard to see like this. No, not Opt. I mean Ponder. So with Pot of Duality, you look at the top 3 cards of your deck, you add one of them to your hand, you shuffle the other 2 back in, and you are not allowed to cast another Ponder, and you are not allowed to special summon any creatures the same turn in which you play Pot of Duality before or after. But Opt is just a bad Ponder, but that's not a good comparison. Like, Opt and Ponder are completely different functions. Like, Opt being instant speed is... It's just a different card. Like, they don't really try to do the same thing. Yes, they are technically both 1 mana blue cards that have the text draw card on them, but they serve really different functions. Like, Ponder does a bunch of different things. Like, Ponder helps you set up your Delver of Secrets, Ponder helps you set up multiple turns with things like the Miracle mechanic, and Ponder can, of course, shuffle your deck in a bad pinch. However, the trade-off is that it's sorcery speed. Opt, however, gets to be instant speed, which means that it's a lot better with cards like Snapcaster Mage, and you get to hold up mana for things like Counterspell when you play Opt, which you are not allowed to do when you play cards like Ponder. So yes, they have the text draw card on them, but they are just not the same card at all. Like, they perform very, very differently. Opt doesn't let Delver flip, but Ponder does. Yeah, like, that's why you would just play Teferi. I mean, you can play Teferi and Ponder, or Teferi and Opt. Like, there's not a reason to, say Teferi's name in this one, because, like, you don't necessarily have to exclude one or the other because you're playing Teferi. But back to Gataxian Probe, you would 100% play Gataxian Probe in this game. Like, not only would you play it, Gataxian Probe would find itself banned before a half a year is out. Like, if you say... pay 1,000 life points, look at your opponent's hand, and draw a card. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, that card gets banned in 6 months. If that. There is no way that card lasts. Like, matter of fact, Graceful Charity. So, Graceful Charity is draw 3, discard 2, and there is no such thing as flashback in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, as we know it. You can play cards from the graveyard. But this card here, it's just draw 3, drop 2 with no option to flashback. It's basically like a slightly better Faithless Looting. This card has been banned from Yu-Gi-Oh! For I can't even tell you how many years now. Like, cards like this are just, like, not okay in a game where everything is 0 mana. Like, the ability to filter your cards, like, just and have it be ultra powerful, and because everything's free, like, there's no mana cost, is just absolutely batshit insane. Like, 0 mana, this card's so busted. Not gonna lie, this would be busted in Magic as well. Well, Magic has the idea of mana costs, so when you have something like this in Magic, what you want to think about first in Magic's universe is how much mana should this cost? And the answer is probably 2. Because we already have, like, Thrilling Discovery, we already have Cathartic Reunion, which is pretty much exactly what this is. This is draw 3, discard 2, and that is already what a card like Cathartic Reunion does. But the fact that this costs 0 is what breaks these cards in this game. So, like, the fact that nothing costs mana in Yu-Gi-Oh!, that's what makes cards much more severe in that game. Because, like, if you play a Cathartic Reunion in Modern at 2 mana, that's acceptable. That's okay. Dredge the deck can be pretty broken, but that doesn't mean that you're going to ban Cathartic Reunion or ban Thrilling Discovery. And those things do the exact same thing as Graceful Charity. You get rid of 2 cards, you get 3 new ones. But 0 mana is really the back-breaking thing, and that's why this card's been banned from Yu-Gi-Oh! For like 15 years or something. So like, I don't know, the mana cost is a very, very real thing. But that's also why I would say that cards like, say, the Peekaboo Spirit might be just a little bit too much advantage for the mana you're paying for it. Like, the card that you're talking about, if it were 2 mana as a 2/1 flyer, I could see that being played. Like, that's okay. Like, 2 mana, 2/1 flyer, sorcery speed. Yeah, look at Peak and Gataxian Probe example why FCMC 0 is stupid. Exactly. And that's kind of where I was going with the Spirit earlier, too. Is because, like, you would already play, like, say, like, a Silvergill Adept. You would already play... I mean, shit, we're already playing Spectral Sailor. It's 1 mana, 1/1 flying, and it has a really shitty draw card text on it. But... And you already play cards that cost 1 and replace themselves. So in no universe do you not play a card that costs 1 mana, replaces itself, and you get a body. I think all of those things are I'm back to work. Bye. Okay, see you later. Thanks for stopping in. So I think that's just too many good things on one body to actually be really, like, allowed. At least, like, with Ragavan, don't get me wrong, the card's still super strong, but at least you kind of have to work to make Rags work. Like, you actually have to do the combat damage in order for Rags to be a thing. And while that doesn't mean that Rags is not good, like, Rags is super fucking strong, I do think that the Spirit that we're talking about is still a little too strong in that world. So let me actually template the one that you're talking about here. Here we go. Here's this. Is this not a thing? Oh, here we go. I don't know. Let's do this. Here's this. So this is the card that MTG Ectoplasm was talking about here. Just make a 1/1 flying for one that peaks every time it does combat damage. I mean, that's a little better, yeah, where you're like, oh, whoops, I should... How do I guess I just do this. So this is the card that MTG Ectoplasm was talking about creating. Just Peekaboo, Creature Spirit with flying. I think you wanted Flash too, but I took that off. When Peekaboo enters a battlefield, look at your opponent's hand and draw a card. Like, everybody plays this card. Like, this card is insane. So I'll get rid of that now. But on something like you mentioned, where you peek for 1 every time it deals combat damage, that's a lot healthier for sure. Because, like, the first peek is very, very, very good, and every peek afterwards has diminishing returns because of the fact that you've already seen most of the cards in your hand by the second or, say, third peek. So, like, yes, you get continual information, but it's diminishing returns for sure, because it's not like they're no flat. I said I took it off. Like, even without the flash, everybody still plays that card. Because, like, getting to do something like that in, say, their draw step is just way too much icing on a cake there. Like, the card's already absolutely insane without the flash. We once again ignore the card draw. No, I put the card draw on that card. The only thing that I did to MTG Ectoplasm's cards was I took away the flash mechanic. Like, but the card that I... A 1/1 for flying that draws 1 whenever it connects is insane. Oh, you didn't put draw 1. You put make a 1/1 flying for 1 that peaks. I thought you literally yeah that cast the card peak. Yeah, no, that would be absolutely insane. Or, oh my god, I didn't even I was literally thinking like peaks at their hand, not like cast the card peak. Jesus, how about Ghost Attendant? So what do you say it was, like a 2-mana Ghost Quarter? That card seems reasonable. Like, I don't know if that's really a Spirits card more than it is like a white Death and Taxes card or even like a Merfolk card. But I would certainly appreciate something like that, yeah. Excuse me. Where you could have like, I don't know, like a 2-mana creature that just like plays Ghost Quarter basically when it comes into battlefield. Like, that seems fine. Like, destroy target land and its controller goes and searches for a card, or for a land, puts it on the table. For once, it would be probably better if it casts Gitaxian Probe every time it connected. Yeah, every time it connects, that seems actually kind of unreasonable. I mean, yeah, we'd all play the shit out of that card, but that seems completely unreasonable. Alright. So let's get away from this Elementals deck here, and I'm going to go ahead and queue up our next round, too. But, yeah, no, getting to just, like, cast cards like Peak and cast cards like Gitaxian Probe, either, like, on a body or, Jesus Christ, repeatedly, that seems so crazy. Draw 1, take 2 damage to look at their hand might be okay. I would play that card still. I would still play that card. It definitely won't race. No, like, I would play probably 2 of that in the main and 2 in the board and be very happy about that. Because, like, against control decks or slower decks, you can just put the 2 in your sideboard so that you're not, like, necessarily drawing 2 in any one given game. And against the aggro decks, that's something that you want to side out, because it's not like you want copies of, like, Dark Confidant in your deck against aggro anyway. And against control, you definitely want 4 of those. So I'd play, like, 2 main, 2 board, and I'd be really happy about it. Like, I would be absurdly happy about that. Now our opponent's taking a little bit to queue up here. No, opponent. Do I seriously need to start looking out for a Rasta out of these decks? Is that a thing? Okay, I'm not tripping. So, what I'm doing now while I'm waiting on this to queue up is I was looking at the lists for Amulet Titan, because I'm aware of Arasta as a magic card, of course, but, like, I haven't seen any lists playing anything like that. And it's actually just, like, not a thing. So, like, I wasn't tripping or anything. It's just that one person happened to have Arasta in their deck. Okay. But I was like, what the hell is that doing there, you know? I hope WotC is watching Spirits cards for Spirit players, right? I hope they aren't. My ideas are horrible and greedy. Or, if they are watching, reprint every card I play in Spirits on a body as a Spirit. Facts. Like, I will take... I mean, I guess we already just got Sanctum Prelate, so, like, Chalice is kind of a thing already. But I'll take, like, a removal spell on a white Spirit, so that we don't have to play cards like, say, Portable Hole, Path to Exile, whatever. Like, I'll take that. I'll shut up. Hey, pairing. So we are looking for Kowalkan. I, of course, have no idea who that is, but hey, let's get our next round on. Wolf Midnight. Alright, nope. Not the person I was waiting for. Go away. I mean, the names are very specifically in these queues, guys. Come on. Killing me here. So, I guess we're just gonna do... Oh, never mind. We got only 2 tries this time. Repent Path on a 1/1 spirit for 1. Also reprint all the good humans sideboard cards as spirits. Of course, yeah. Alright. Man, we are not very good at die rolling. But our hand is at least medium acceptable. Okay, so let's see what our opponent's going to do here. Tron. Oh, yeah. Alright. I play Coco on a 2/1 Flying Spirit for 4, but only because I feel generous today. So, the Aether Vial draw is going to suck if they have turn 3 Karn, or Little Karn. But this hand's also pretty bad against that. Man. We are not having a good time with these really big mana decks on the draw here. This is Brony Silence? I'm not calling it that. Oh, okay, so this person says they know me, but they don't know where from. Oh, okay, cool. Cool, so they recognize the channel. Nice. Well, hello, person. But, yeah, we're, not really having a good time against Tron on the draw here, so fingers crossed. Maybe this Rattle Chains plus Drogskull start can get us somewhere, and if they start off on like one of the Wormcoil Engine draws, Shacklegeist can be really good, so that's nice. Rajesh from tech support? I'm not doing that. That's actually a really bad joke here. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a thing that comes up and has some truth to it, but I will definitely not be making that joke. Let's see. Let's see. Here's this. Here's this. Oh, no. Oh, this is not gonna go well. Alright, yuck. We are, Alright, so things we can do here. We can play Shacklegeist now and get that established as a use for our mana before, potentially without revealing that we have Drogskull plus Rattlechains lined up for next turn. So that is one way to play this. Sadly, low amount of Mausoleum Wanderers we see today. Like, yeah. Okay, so there's the Karn, so I can't really do much about that. The upside here is that if they fetch a card, I can play Drogskull Captain, kill Karn, and that will reactivate this, and I'll have Rattlechains up. If they get a Ensnaring Bridge, they get a Ballista. Okay. So if they get Ensnaring Bridge, then... So are they just going to Ballista for 1 with the other 2 mana? What are we doing here? Oh, they must have just like a Sylvan Scrying or something. Hello, situation looks familiar. Game 1 versus Tron. Yeah, like, we've been, honestly having a pretty bad time today. So we have been, losing the die rolls and fighting 2 big mana decks in a row, which is absolutely fucking miserable for us. And yesterday I got to play against a few combo decks, which are much, much better for us. But that is not the day that we're having today, apparently. So what's going to happen here is that they're going to have a big-ass copy of Walking Ballista able to come down on us next turn. Killing Karn does unlock our Aether Vial, which is nice. And if their entire plan here is to take a turn playing Walking Ballista, then we will be able to respond to a Walking Ballista activation with Rattle Chains. So Ballista can equal 4, which is annoying. Or they have Ugin. Oh, you know what? We knew that. Shit. Yeah, why am I still playing this game? Alright, so here we have Force, we have Subtlety, and we have Stony Silences. All of these are not bad. Against them, we don't necessarily care about Kira. We kind of care about Skyclave. It's actually pretty decent. Drog Skulls, and I can shave 1 Shacklegeist here. Excuse me. Void Mirror? We just took him out! I had Void Mirrors. No, we took him out for the 2 Subtleties. To be fair, Subtlety is also good against Tron, though, so, like, you know, kind of a wash-ish. Since they can just play around Void Mirrors with things like, you know, the mana rocks and the basic forest they have. So it's not like the worst, but I was playing them at the start of the day. So here we want to play first, and this hand's fine. So I've got a 1-drop into a good hate card into a couple of good cards to follow up with afterwards. Don't forget to hit that like button. Yes, please and thank you. 17 cards in the sideboard. So easy. So easy. Keeping Lords and removing Sailors? No. So, I understand where you're coming from with that logic, but, like, the idea there is that playing a Lord on turn 3 is actually a lot worse than playing an attacker on turn 1. So, Mausoleum on turn 1 is insane against Tron. Also facts. But, excuse me. So, say you're holding a Drogskull Captain, right? And you play that Drogskull Captain on turn 3. So you're, in theory there, not attacking with the Drogskull Captain until turn 4, assuming they don't do anything about it. So, if you play a Spectral Sailor on turn 1, by the same turn 4, you've at least done 3 damage, and you're not investing your entire turn 3 on that interaction. So it's generally a lot better to, like, have your lower to the ground creatures hit the table first before you even consider, like, Lord effects in the matchups where you're just kind of pod racing. So here I'm going to go ahead and Stony Silence. I can't play Spirits. I don't have subscription for 2 Force Negation. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, forces are expensive. I'll give my opponent that. Bloop bloop off the top rope. Yeah, especially if you can counter their Sylvan Scrying. Yeah, like, countering Sylvan Scrying's pretty big game. Oh, I've definitely done that before, Sean, where it's like, turn 1, Mausoleum Wanderer, turn 2, here's 2 more, and opponent's just like, yo, bro, I cannot deal with all of this. This is just a lot. Then just play Force of Will. Okay, so we could just be getting Natural Tron here. Luckily, that Expedition map doesn't really do anything. So, like, that's nice. And I do have a Spell Queller hold up here for any copies of, say, Wilt that they try to cast. But they do need to very specifically be holding up a copy of Basic Forest for that interaction. So it's not like they're going to get off scot-free here. And if they don't cast anything that I care about with the Spell Queller, I'm still just going to play Spell Queller as like an empty body. Okay, cool, yay. Stony Silence is doing the thing. So, as promised, here's an empty body. And we get to untap here. And that's not exactly the land I wanted, but whatever. Bloop, bloop. So I'm going to play Shacklegeist. I'm going to hold back this Skyclave just in case they naturally... Why didn't I just do that pre-combat? Just in case they do naturally play a Ensnaring Bridge. I want Skyclave to be able to take care of that. But realistically, if I was going to just attack like this anyway, I should have considered that first and played Shacklegeist for my extra point of damage. Luckily, it doesn't really matter here. But I'm not going to play this Skyclave Apparition until I basically have to for lethal purposes. But here we're going to get to do a shit ton of damage. Let's see if anything bad happens to Supreme Phantom. If so, I will sacrifice Mausoleum Wanderer. Okay, cool. Hooray, good times us. Sweet, game 3. So here we're going to kind of hope to run it back the same way. But we'll even see in that game, even though like Mausoleum Wanderer was what we had instead of Spectral Sailor, we got to side out Drogskull Captain. If that Mausoleum Wanderer had been a Drogskull Captain, then I would not have been attacking on turn 2, because, you know, my turn 2 was spent playing Stony Silence. So, like, I had a turn 1 attacker, a turn 2 Stony Silence, and then something to follow up with, rather than holding back, like, a 3-mana Lord effect and potentially doing nothing with my turn 1 at all. So that's why I wanted to keep in the 1-drops, because look at this. Even with this, I can still just give myself the ability to attack and know that I'm going to be at least mostly okay with that. So here I can play a turn 1 Wanderer, a turn 2 Stony Silence again. That's okay. So let's do this. And here I am just going to play the Mausoleum Wanderer. So this will help protect against a Sylvan Scrying. It'll help protect against a Wilt on the Stony Silence itself. And Aether Vial is going to get turned off by Stony Silence anyway if my plan goes. So I just... whatever. I'm just going to call this basically a mulligan to 6, knowing that the Aether Vial is kind of useless in this game. But I'm pretty okay with that. Okay, so I'm going to attack first. This way, if I have to, like, I don't know, sacrifice to protect the Stony Silence for some odd reason, I'll at least have guaranteed my damage got in. But I'm still going to be pretty happy about this little development here. What do you think Blue-White Spirits needs to be more competitive? Why is he playing a Relic? Realistically, they're probably playing a Relic just as a way to filter through their deck and draw additional cards. I know some of these lists are playing Relics in the main, and they didn't have a... Blue-White Spirits is well known for being a graveyard-based deck. No. So, Relic is actually fine. So, it's just like a way to filter cards through their deck. Because a lot of these lists will play 2 to 3 Relics in the main. And from there, they'll just get to, you know, be able to... Actually, I think that's fine. I want to... well, honestly, cry, because I want a little more interaction here. So, what I'm deciding here is, do I Skyclave Apparition on the Chromatic Star? I think the answer might actually be yes. Because, like, if they go ahead and get to Blast Zone away my Mausoleum Wanderer, I at least want to deny them the ability to cast cards like Sylvan Scrying and Ancient Stirrings and whatnot. And they're still going to have to do a little bit of work here to blast zone anything effectively because I have a 1 and a 2 and a 3 on the table. So I want to make them kind of diversify their bonds. And there. Moreland Haunt, yeah. Yeah, Moreland Haunt is that's a card, yeah. God, Moreland Haunt's so sweet though. Like, I unironically super love Moreland Haunt. Okay, so they're gonna dismember that. I'm good with that. So they get a 1/1 token, which is whatever. Sanctum of Ugin, sure. Oh, speaking of which, haha! Yeah! So now we can Spectral Sailor and Moreland Haunt? Hell yeah, let's go. Oh, that is so funny. Ghost Attendant would come in handy against Blast Zone. It would. Oh my god, that is so fucking funny. Which is really funny because like the Relic of Progenitus would actually be pretty good against this Moreland Haunt. So like all of those, you know, hilarious little jokes that we're making about it. Walking Ballista for 2. That's actually okay. So like if they Walking Ballista, they target this with the thing, then I can go ahead and flash in a spirit with Moreland Haunt. Oh man. Oh no! Oh ha! Never mind. I have a fucking Stony Silence on the table. Never mind. I just don't have to worry. Pay blue. The same Stony Silence shuts that right down. And I am gonna play this anyway. Like I understand that it's gonna be able to blow up Spectral Sailor and the Mausoleum Wanderer, but I'm currently not really doing anything else with the mana. And if they spend their entire turn blast zoning here, I'd rather give myself the ability to at least draw the card, you know? So I'm gonna put this in tapped. Attack for 3. Yeah. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. And I'm not going to play the Vial because I want to be able to draw with Spectral Sailor. Yeah, I like this. Just Spell Queller to Blast Zone. Maybe opponent won't notice it doesn't work this way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does not work like that, for sure. Maybe opponent won't notice it doesn't work this way. Jesus. But no, this is actually still like a pretty positive interaction all around, right? So like, if they're going to go ahead and... Ooh, do I Spell Queller that? Nope, they're worried about it. Okay, that's fine. So here I am going to do this and tempt them into using the thing. And if they don't use it now, I get to just draw a card, which is cool too. Alright, sick. So let's just do this. I want to do this. If they don't blow up everything where X is 1, then... Opponent goes, hey, there you go, draw power, because I was complaining about spirits not, like, having more cards. Alright, well. A 2/1 Flying Spirit, enter the battlefield, Stifle. Oh my god, that'd be so sick. They must be drawing bad. Yeah, like, our opponent probably should have mulliganed into a hand that actually, like, made Tron. But also, like, they got to yeah, this is whatever. We still have exactly lethal on the table. So they did keep a hand with 2 mines, so they didn't get to make Tron. The blast zone that they kept was pretty helpful, but like our Stony Silence shut down a copy of Chromatic Star, so like they didn't really get to do much. They had a blast zone to kind of like filter cards out, and like that was okay. Um, but yeah, it's just one of those things where like it does kind of just suck to be them here. Why didn't you draw a card on the Sailor? Because I wanted to play Spell Queller. So Spell Queller here is 2, 4, 5 power. They're at 5 life. So yes, I could have drawn a card with Spectral Sailor on the Blast Zone activation, but here they're just dead. I'd rather kill them. All right, cool. So we move up to 4 and 2, which is not bad. I mean, I'm still a little mad about losing to Titan, but like I'm always mad about losing to Titan. Like I just don't like Titan. Um, but it is about 2:30, so what I'm gonna do here is go ahead and give myself some lunch. I don't know what I want to make yet, so I'll look in the fridge and find out. But I guess 4 and 2 is okay, and we're gonna come back, play some more of these, and depending on how the mood goes after I play some more matches with this, could actually play some matches with the sealed deck that we just built earlier too. So yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and put a little timer on as always. When I'm back, it'll be time for some more modern matches, and hopefully we just like win like 4 more so that we can just be 8 and 2 and be qualified and don't have to think about it anymore. That'd be lovely. But even still, if we go 3 and 1 and go 7 and 3, that is still good enough. Chicken salad. Um, Not really my digs because like I just don't like anything with like creamy textures, but that's not a bad suggestion. Um, I do have basically everything I would need if I wanted to make like a chicken burrito though. I might do that. That doesn't sound bad. I might do that. But yeah, no, chicken salad is like not my jam. Like I actually don't do chicken salad, I don't do macaroni salad, I don't do potato salad, none of those. Sauceless chicken salad. Ugh, that sounds awful. I will not be doing that. No, I am just not a fan cuz like at that point I might as well just eat like a traditional salad, you know? Like I mean, I could do it like pasta salad style, but nah, I'm good. Um, but I think I have talked myself into a chicken burrito. So I will do that, and I will see y'all right around 3 o'clock my time. So, I don't know, for the next half an hour, everybody, have a lot of fun. All right, and back. So we got some food in me now, which is fantastic. I ended up making like a chicken sandwich instead of a chicken burrito because I was lazy and I didn't feel like effort. So that's what ended up happening. And I don't know how many of y'all are like guys above 30, but I assume that's going to be most of the people, especially most of the people I've noticed actually being in the chat. So I'm just going to bring up this hilarious little moment because I'm definitely going to post it on Facebook as well. But man, you know you're getting old when you like notice that you need a new nose trimmer. Just a wonderful little highlight of being old. Like, something started to tickle the inside of my nose, and I took allergy medicine earlier, so I was like, oh man, am I having another allergy attack? Are we going to be borderline dying on the stream again? Because that's happened a few times, and realistically, it will happen more times. My allergies are just that bad all the time. But I went to go ahead and like blow my nose and clear it out and all that other good stuff, right? So I look in the bathroom mirror, and I'm like, alright, this is still bothering me. Is there something in my nose? No. So I look, and nope, nose hairs are just getting real long. And I'm like, oh, all right, well, let's go ahead and grab the face trimmer that I have like the little nose attachment for, except I can't find a stupid nose attachment. So I guess I just need a new nose trimmer. So yeah, that was funny. And yeah, just the problems with getting old, I guess. But I thought it was super hilarious for a couple of seconds. But it's still kind of tickly and bothering, so it's, you know, it's what it is, I guess. Oop. So that was pretty funny, but what we're going to do here is just go ahead and jump right back into the modern matches. So I'm going to queue up on ManaTraders and see what's good there. Excuse me. So we are, what, 4-2 right now, which is, I guess, okay. And let's jump right back into it. We are waiting, or somebody named Lit City will be waiting for us. Okay. Oh, hey, there's our opponent waiting on us. Well, once again, we lose a die roll, which is sad times. We're like 0 for a million on die rolls. Our opponent's being nice, so we will do the same. And this is much better. So we're going to keep this, ship one of these Spectral Sailors. So now I've got, like, good 1-drop, good 2-drop, good 3-drop. And I'm much less sad about this. So what is this? A Dragon's Rage Channeler. Okay. So we're looking at something Darcy, which tells us absolutely nothing. So we don't know whether they're mono red. We didn't see an Obosh, so I can kind of ish assume that they're not mono red, but I think I'm gonna play this. On the off chance that they are playing blue-red prowess, I can counter a Manamorphose and hopefully keep a Stormwing off the table for a little longer. If they do basically anything else, though, it's not like this is any different from Spectral Sailor here. Oh, okay, cool. So I will actually use the Mausoleum Wanderer, like I said, and at least give ourselves the attempt to keep a Stormwing off the table for another turn. those extra turns actually do matter kind of a lot against a Stormwing. And we'll take one, which I guess is fine. Ugh, triple Drog Skull, huh? Alright, well, I'm very excited to not draw land next turn. So, honestly, pretty miserable, especially on a draw. I guess if it helps at all on the play, it wouldn't be too much different because we wouldn't have drawn a land for these anyway. They put a Steam Fence into the yard, so now they have 4 types. So Supreme Phantom is not doing any blocking this turn. Serum Visions. And they're casting it. Sure. So what do we do about a big-ass 8/8 flyer next turn? The answer might unfortunately have to be nothing. We might just, like, get dead to a Murktide Regent. Alright, well, not doing much about that. We go to 16. And, oh, we at least do get to draw the island. So that is not nothing. So, well, this is definitely not pretty. So what I'm going to do here is hope against hope somehow that this finds a way to be good enough. I've got double Drogskull Captain. If I draw another land, I can have double Drogskull plus a Spectral Sailor. And realistically, there's no way in hell this Drogskull Captain should actually survive the turn. But if somehow this thing makes it, I think that is giving myself that little bit of hope is probably better than just like holding up a spell queller and doing nothing with it, probably. Especially with counterspell mana up now. Well, that doesn't matter. I have a Cavern, but still. Casting Expressives. Okay. So, now they gotta have land Unholy Heat or land Lightning Bolt. Which is still pretty reasonable for them to have, but if they're just going to be attacking me with 3 and letting me untap, I can get double Drogskull on the table. And they've shown us that they're playing Mutagenic Growth, which honestly they probably shouldn't have shown us, but oh, go away, opponent. Well, alright, there goes our creature. Boo. Okay. Glasspool Mimic. Honestly, that still doesn't really do much for us. So I guess I am going to rinse and reuse here and at least try to give myself the same kind of plan, except this time I am stuck kind of holding back Supreme Phantom for a potential block. If they have another bolt or something, then honestly I'm already just dying anyway, so that's kind of whatever. So I think this is going to be one of those ones that's just like gonna be a giant pile of yuck for a bit. Ooh, triple Darcy. Yikes. Okay. And a Swift Spear. So I will block one of the Darcys. Or do I just block this? I think I'm just gonna block here. Take 6, go to 7. If they have a Lightning Bolt or something here, at least it doesn't kill Supreme Phantom then. That's technically not nothing. Okay, that's not nothing. I don't want to face a big-ass dragon, but... oh, Lava Dart. Sure. Dart my face, I guess, to just surveil a shit ton? Oh, okay. Yeah. Give me a land. Untapped. Shit. Huh. So I can just do this. And this does give me all creatures that beat their creatures. So that is not nothing. But I can't attack this turn. Okay. So if exactly this turn is a dud draw, then maybe I'm safe. I do have to block Stormwing Entity, which honestly fucking blows. So wait, do I? 4, 5, Lava Dart, 6. I already can't beat a spell. So actually, no. I'm going to do this and give myself the biggest chance to win the game. If their draw is a dud and Lava Dart is literally the only thing that's going on here, then I go to 1. But I can give myself a chance to win the game like that. If they draw basically any spell, then I'm already dead anyway. But if I take this away and block like this, then I am dead to the same second spell, but this way I'm not giving myself a chance to win the game. Let's see. I'm going to do this. So, yeah, the Lava Dart is going to... Oh, is it the Lava Dart from their hand? Okay, that's fine. I was already dead to that anyway. Okay. So there's nothing I could have done about that. So the chalices, and we have the non-bow, but it is still a thing that we are able to do to help against what they're doing. Spectral Sailor sucks balls against the Lava Dart deck, and I don't really like Spell Queller here either. They scryed with Stormwing. I mean, yeah, so like the likelihood of them not having a spell is pretty low, but it's not 0%, so I still like to at least give myself time to play for it. Like, I don't know, like what if the spell was like, say, an expressive iteration or something that they wanted to play, like, I don't know, post-combat for some stupid ass reason. Or like another Stormwing, maybe. So, like, the likelihood of them having nothing is pretty low, but it wasn't 0%, so I figured at least give myself the ability to play around, you know, another lore draw so that we could kill them. This is... Is this playable? Like, I have to play this on my turn 1 land. Yeah, alright. This is on, like, the very saddest end of keeps, but... Right, it was all you could do. Yeah. Like, it was one of those things where it's like, it is honestly ultra bad, but, like, what scenario there wasn't ultra bad, to be honest? So, we'll play this. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. Another Swiss Spear. And a Lava Dart, of course. No. I think I am just going to play the Shacklegeist here. If they bolt the Shacklegeist, then yes, that sucks. But, like, I don't think I can afford to give myself 2 turns to potentially be able to Violin Kira. And I would still rather they bolt Shacklegeist than Supreme Phantom, I think. Expressives, okay. Okay. A bolt targeting my friend. Okay. Oi. Alright, it's a lovely case of we just have all the things. Alright, let's go up to 2 here. Okay, that's not nothing. That is not nothing. So, I can Moreland Haunt in a token to block with. If they try to, like, Lava Dart, then I have a Supreme Phantom to respond with. This is not the end of the world. It's bad. But at least if that's the route we go with, I can also then decide to... Oh, well, alright. I can also then untap and Kira with the Moreland Haunt as backup too, so it's shitty, but it's not like just the end of the world. Alright, so are we going all in here? Alright, well let's try it. Okay. And they're doing it again. Okay. I think I'm just going to take 5 here? Yeah, I'm just going to take 5. Like, if they follow up with a Stormwing, then that just blows, but, like, I can't do anything about that anyway. Yeah, alright. One bottom, one top, okay. Let's go to 3. Come on. What am I supposed to do with that? Alright. Whoop. Goodbye, robot. Put this in now. Well, not gonna lie and say this doesn't suck. Alright. I guess go ahead, opponent. So we are basically ultra fucking dead is what I'm getting at here. That is what I'm getting out of this. Alright, so we've got all the pumps in the world. And we still have 2 red mana to play with, too. Oh, man. Now they're just, like, spinning the basketball on their fingers? Is that what's happening here? Oh, they also just have a bolt for my face. Okay. So now I'm stuck going to 2. Alright. So let's do this. Get our blocker. And... This is pretty terrible, but maybe we can draw into like Skyclave Shacklegeist or something similar. Or we can draw a Flooded Strand. Yeah, let's do that. Into a vial. Why? Alright. Ah, jeez. Alright, so we end up going from 3 to 1 to 4 and 3, which is pretty miserable. But we'll also see. Yeah. Honestly, not great times. So we'll see a pretty big reason why I didn't want to play, I guess, the Path to Exile, and I could have settled for the Stormwings, but, or sorry, the Prismatic Endings. But I really wanted the Portable Hole there. I think that was still like the best thing I wanted to be doing, but the Path would still have helped with the Stormwing entity. But overall, I don't know, I just didn't feel great. Like, playing against big mana decks just sucks. Even though we won against Tron, the big mana decks still are just not good times for us. Prowess is just as shitty as ever. And Primeval Titan, kind of the same thing. Like, it was bad. Like, we wanted the subtleties against the big mana decks, because that's actually what I'm doing IRL too. Like, I'm playing the subtleties to help with the big mana decks, and we came across 2 of the big mana decks today. Like, we got bodied by Titan, and then we put the subtleties back in and immediately faced Tron. And after those 2, we came up against Prowess. So it's like bad matchup, bad matchup, bad matchup right in a row. And that is kind of one of those things that happens when you play an underpowered deck. There's going to be just like a lot of these really bad matchups. But honestly, that felt just like even worse than usual, you know? And I understand that it's only 3 matches, but it wasn't like, I don't know, just didn't feel great. So I think what I'm going to choose to do here is give these people their nice stuff back for today as far as Mona's concerned. And we can still go ahead and, I don't know, jam some matches of Pioneer too, because the Simic list with the copies of You See a Guard Approach, I think that feels a lot better in respect to its own form. What? Is it busy? Take these cards. It seems a bad spot for us in Modern. It is. And like, you do kind of know that when you play a deck that's just like nowhere near tier 1. And like, it's one of those things like you just, you know what you're getting into. So I was obviously completely aware that that was something that could have happened, where we could have just run into a bunch of like just really bad decks for us. So what I think I'm going to end up doing is playing something off stream that is not Spirits to just like give myself a better shot in Modern. And I don't really like doing that, but well, it's the world we live in. Like, I'm not just going to be pig-headed and play something that I know is bad if I'm trying to like qualify for something. So I'll do that later. But here, so that I can show you guys something fun. There. So this is going to be the list that I was kind of looking at, and took some input from previous lists from some folks over on Discord, and I think for today kind of arrived at this. So again, like, Run of Fowls, like, Spirits is the most popular deck, like, in Pioneer, at least right now. And the other big one is Phoenix. And I think Run Afoul is, for 1 mana, pretty good as far as solutions to help with both opposing Spirits creatures and opposing Phoenixes / Arclight Crackling Drakes. So I like the idea of having the removal spells that can hit flyers without targeting a spirit in the case of the spirit's mirror, because you don't want to like catch the other end of the rattle chains. And for 1 mana is great against the Arclight Phoenix deck. So they put 3 mana into casting spells to reanimate maybe 1 or 2 Phoenixes. You run afoul one of them, and that's a positive interaction for you. If they play Crackling Drake, run afoul looks even better. So I like that a lot. The 3 Night Pack Ambushers, these have felt great. Like, this card's amazing. This card has single-handedly won me so many games that I honestly think we would have otherwise lost. And then just like you see a guard approach, giving yourself an additional 2 sources of hexproof in your deck, which is great against like all of the control decks and all the removal based decks, but also having the option to be able to be played offensively by tapping a creature in the same card. I think that card's super good. Like, I think there's a lot of potential there for this card to be great. And I was able to actually find them. So that certainly didn't hurt things. So I'm going to go ahead and type in all the cards here to rent this, and we can play some matches with this deck now. And I don't know, I think I'm pretty happy about this list. So one thing that I was doing beforehand was I was willing to go a little lighter on creatures for the sake of being heavier on spells. And some folks in the Discord were like, yeah, that's, I don't know, not that great. And I'm like, once a creature gets there, it sticks and it stays, because we've got like Miscast, and now you see a guard approach on top of the blossoming defenses and lofties that were already there. So I was like thinking that, okay, well, this is still like pretty good, right? Like, this is still a lot of fucking spells to protect our creatures, but it doesn't hurt to just still have more creatures. So now we're playing 22 creatures, where I think my list was at 18 or 19, and that's probably a little better for just guaranteeing that you always have a creature in hand to play with your Curious Obsessions and your Sixth Sense. So I think that's going to be the biggest benefit of playing more creatures, and I kind of like the idea. But I'm still just really high on 6 spots of hexproof too. Like, I feel like that's going to do some good for us. Okay. Here we go. Cool. So now that we have cards, let's jam. Is there... No, there is not a Pioneer Prelim. Okay. So let's just jam a league. I'm home. Hey, all right. Cool. So let's see. Oh, also, while I'm thinking about this, I can also do the thing. Update this, and we can update all of the Stream Decker stuff so that y'all can actually see the deck here. And I don't need this. So our hand, not bad. We've got 1-drop, we've got Obsession, we've got Rattle Chains and Miscast. This is pretty much all the happy stuff. Not... Okay, so we've got a Triumph, which probably means we're playing against 5-color Niv-Mizzet. Cool. So if we are playing against Niv-Mizzet, then we will be pretty happy to see these multiple sources of hexproof. So that'll be pretty sweet. If they tap out this turn, I'll be pretty happy to just like play a Sylvan Caryatid. I would definitely like to see a copy of you see a guard approach, or oh, even better. So If this is Fatal Push, then honestly, so be it. But I don't think most of those lists even play that in the main. Cool, cool. So let's do this. And like I said, I would still enjoy seeing a copy of Blossoming Defense, or you see a Guard Approach here. But I will take a miscast, obviously. Okay, it's not. It's an island. But if we get to untap with this, then we get to have Rattle Chains too. I brewed something way similar back when, but it was blue-white with Tail-O-Wisp. Okay. Oh, no. It looks like it's just like an Esper control thing? Alright, well, that's pretty good for our miscast. So let's see if that's what's happening here. Shacklegeist. Okay. I don't want to play that, because I can play that with Flash, hopefully, if I have Rattle Chains active later. Let's see what happens here. Vanishing Verse. Alright. So I will Rattle Chains to protect. Actually, no, I won't. I'll miscast. Because if all of this happens the way I want it to, I'm going to get to draw 2. That'll give me a higher chance of drawing a 1-drop that protects. Alright, let's do that instead. Bloop. Bloop. Okay, so no 1-drop. Which means our poor Spectral Sailor is going to be vulnerable to a thing this turn. If they have a thing, I can't do anything about it. If they don't have a thing, though, wahahaha. But I really highly doubt they don't have a thing. Growth Spiral, okay, sure, you got it. Nothing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Untap. Hell yeah, let's go. Play a land. Do the attack thing. Draw more cards. Yes, please. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I will discard 1 for the sake of being able to hold up all my shit. Like, I've got a land drop for next turn anyway, so I'm good. Tail-O-Wisp with Disrupting Shoal in snow? Huh? Okay, well that I don't necessarily care about. And here I have a lot of protective stuff, so I actually will cast the Rattle Chains here. Shining Shoal. Is that the gain life one? Question mark. Okay, so there's UC a Guard Approach. Cool. So we've got Hexproof. Redirect damage. Okay, okay. Oh, that's Nourishing Shoal is the green one to gain life. Got it. Alright, draw 2 more. And, yeah. Again, I'm just going to discard this land. Or... So here, I can counter a spell and back it up and play this. So that is a Dreadbore. I'm going to Hexproof this. Now let's see what they follow up with. A Dreadbore on Rattle Chains. They have 2 mana left, so I will miscast here. And I will Shacklegeist with this, holding up UC a Guard Approach. Alright, so now Curious Obsession plus Spectral, or sorry, plus Supreme Phantom is exactly lethal. Right? 3, 6, 9 plus 1 is 10. Yep, let's go. We do this, we do this, we have Counterspell backup. Alright. Cool. That was a great start. So, against the Niv Mizzet deck, things I want include not necessarily Shacklegeist. I do like Nebelgast Herald though. Mystical Dispute hits a lot of stuff in this deck. And I don't really think I need anything else, though. Like, Run Afoul is, like, very, very medium. It's definitely worse than Mystical. I don't even think I need all 4 Mysticals against this deck either. But, like, this is just ultra fucking oppressive for them. Like, just having the 6 hexproof spells instead of 4 that's gonna feel so huge. Like, I am already really liking that idea. And I could put in Test of Talents to help against, like, especially Bring to Light, but I don't know. I've got a lot of 1 mana solutions to it. I don't think I need to bring in more 2 mana solutions to it. Okay. So our hand could stand to be a little better. This counts as a little better. Cool. So here I'm going to keep this. I'm going to put back 6 cents. And I will... Yeah, alright. It's worth splashing green for those 4 cards? I think so. So, for the ManaTraders bit, to answer your question, I stopped playing at 4 and 3, but honestly, I will keep playing off stream. I'll just switch to something else and be alright with that. I'm just gonna play Supreme Phantom. So, worth splashing green for the 4 cards? I think the answer is yes, by the way. So, having access to, like, Blossoming Defense and, yeah, all the removals. Alright, cool. So here we can do this and hopefully keep it nice and protected now. Kira seems like a good fit in this type of deck. Yeah, if Kira was Pioneer legal, I would probably try to play it. I would... Actually, not even probably. I would almost definitely try to play Kira if she were Pioneer legal. No, we're playing Pioneer now. We were playing Modern previously. Modern, honestly, went pretty poorly. I ended up seeing 2 big mana decks in Blue-Red Prowess, and we got fucking dunked. But that's okay. It happens. Like, we knew that had the ability to happen. Like, honestly, like, Spirits is just, like, not great in Modern right now, which... It's what it is. Like, we're playing a tier 2 deck. But... Oh, that's nice. So... And we got bodied by some of the tier 1 and 1.5 decks. So, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Let's do that. Alright, well, that's gonna suck. I'm sorry, opponent. I am gonna play this for the sake of speeding up the clock. Going from 2 to 4 damage per turn is actually kind of a lot. So I'll just give ourselves the ability to do that. Oh! Yes, let's do that. Diversify your bonds. And to answer your more in detail, maybe they expect Collect the Company. I mean, shit, they might. Oh, right. Yes, yield. Here we go. Oh, and that's actually huge, too. So, yeah, like, getting the green cards, like Blossoming Defense and Curious Obsession, so that you have Keen Sense or Sixth Sense, whichever one is in this format, so that you have effectively 6 copies of this Curious Obsession type of effect. That is so much better than only having access to blue options. I also really like the idea of the Run Afowls out of the sideboard. Like, I think I like that a lot. And Nightback Ambusher has been absolutely amazing. Like, that card has been such an absolute fucking baller. Like, it's just been way too good. Like, it's been so good that I really, really love the green out of this build. Okay, so, like, what, if anything, are we doing here? Because I'm definitely holding up, like, 95 spells. Alright, cool. That means I can use one of these offensively, too. And I actually will, because I want the game over this turn. I'm going to do this on this one, so that if they... Okay, good. I was going to say, so if they can do something, I have a lot of these points and Mausoleum Wanderer as an extra point of defense here. But, yeah, that was cool. But, like, the green splash, I felt, has been really strong. Like, having this so that you get 6 draw effects instead of just having Curious Obsession for 4 has been pretty good so that your deck is consistent. Having this on top of the UC Guard approaches so that you can play 6 hexproof effects in your main deck is also really good. I thought they were on mono removal deck, but it seems like they're do nothing. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually really sweet when you see, like, their deck is nothing but removal, and we are still able to answer, like, all of the removal that they play. Like, it's been pretty crazy, yeah. You can splash white and have Staggering Insight. But yeah, 2 mana is so much different from 1. 2 mana is a lot different from 1. Like, if you wanted to play blue-white spirits, you can totally do that, but I think that deck is better just doing the Watches of the Sphere stuff. Because, like, you get to play 1 mana Rattle Chains, 1 mana Selfless Spirits, 2 mana Spell Quellers. It's a lot better, I think, to focus that deck less around Curious Obsession and much more around just, like, flooding the board and being an aggro deck, where this is much more of a tempo deck. Like, that deck... You may or may not even want to play Lofted Denial in the blue-white deck right now, because, like, it's probably just a better idea to jam a shit ton of creatures down their throat. But in this deck, you definitely just, like, want all the counter spells to take advantage of the fact that you're drawing a shit ton of cards each game. But also, like, you get to play Nightpack Ambusher out of the board, and this thing's great. Still waiting on an opponent. Okay. Like... Getting to play, like, blue-white spirits, though, like, you can just jam so many creatures down their throat so quickly with Watch of the Spheres. Like, getting to go, like, turn 1 Wanderer, turn 2 Watcher, turn 3 Spirits is, like, really insane as far as lines go. And there's a lot of decks that just, like, do not have the ability to beat that for any reason. Like, it's a really strong line. You're like, turn 3, okay, I'm going to play 3 creatures and attack you for 9 or so, go. Like, there's not a lot that a lot of decks can do about that. The other deck that I was looking at in Pioneer was this Grixis Value Town thing. We did went ahead and discuss it earlier. I put in the Direfleet Daredevils. But this is also a kind of deck that I just, like, enjoy playing anyway. So I might just, like, jump on that at some point, too, because it's pretty fun looking. But so far, this has been feeling really good. And in Modern... Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm at a bit of a loss in Modern. Like, I don't want to play too many of the other Modern decks, but I acknowledge that Spirits is pretty terrible right now. I could play, like, Delverless Delverer, but that comes with 2 problems. First, I don't really want to play the deck, even if it is really good. And second, like, well, this might actually not be a problem anymore, but I was going to say, like, finding Ragavans on ManaTraders might actually be an issue, but I don't even know if that's the thing. I can just find out right now, though. Let's clear this. Oh, that's definitely an issue. Okay. So, like, Ragavans also just, like, don't exist on ManaTraders right now. Delver deck should change name to Channelers. Yeah. Like, I see a lot of people calling it Blue-Red Delverless, which is much more appropriate. Like, yeah, Delver sucks. The other deck that I was looking at playing is actually Martyr. So, this is just like a Martyr of Sands thing. I'll go over this, like, in depth. Actually, what am I doing? We're waiting forever for this to queue up anyway. So, this is a Martyr of Sands deck, and I think this might actually... Yeah. Abiding Grace is actually absurd, for sure. And that's one of the big things in this deck, too. So, you get to play, like, Martyr of Sands. You know, you gain 3x life when you sack her. Oh, our match is up. Sweet. In that case, we'll play the match first, and then I'll do, like, a full deck tech later. Oh, my God. Yo, that's literally the first die roll of the entire day. Y'all. We made it. Anyway. So we've got 3 lands, a couple of creatures, miscast, Blossoming Defense. No 1 mana fall creature. No, we're not playing Kami of the Spirit Hearth or whatever the hell it's called. Yeah, alright. I'll keep this on the play. So here, if they Thought Seize me, I will miscast it. Whoa. Okay. Color me curious. I'm wondering what a blue-white land is for. Is this just like Bant Spirits? It is Bant Spirits, okay. Well, I don't want to deal with that, so... It is, in fact, the exact opposite of a Supreme Verdict deck. It is us. But yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was thinking it was some like random Supreme Verdict deck that maybe had like Growth Spiral. That's what I was thinking, is that it was like some random Growth Spiral deck. I don't want to look at that either, so I'm actually going to Lofty this too. Supreme Phantom deck instead? Yeah. So this is okay, this is actually fine. So if they are holding up mana for our Collected Company, it's cool because I have the action of Rattle Chains plus Miscast. And if they are trying to do other things, I don't care about that. Gilded Goose, I think, is a pretty decent inclusion in here, though. This could be a Spell Queller. I think I'm just going to let him Queller, though. Do I let them Queller? I think I have to let them Queller. Oh shit, it's not a Queller. Alright, let's go. Untap. If they attempt to jam something in response here, I will... Okay, never mind. Okay. Well, now that I know that wasn't a Queller... Huh. So, things I can do here. I'm going to jam a Rattle Chains, knowing that I have up to Miscast here. If they respond with Collected Company, I can just Miscast and be pretty happy about that. Nope, nothing? Okay. What the fuck, opponent? I have a bit confused. Oh. Hey. Sweet. Well, thank you for the dono, Demancy. How you doing? So let's get our attack in here. Coffee or poison of choice? Yes, coffee is actually the only real vice I choose to go into, so I will. Thank you so much. Still no cocoa from our opponent, so I'm a little curious as to what they're doing here. Nothing. They're doing nothing. Alright, well, that plays. So, here in the Spirit's Mirror, we have a lot of really cool stuff. Like, I've got 4x Mystical Dispute, 4x Run Afoul, and I'm not going to be so cute as to put in Grafdigger's Cage for specifically their copies of, Collected Company. I don't think that's necessary, but these things are going to be a lot better than all of these, a lot better than these things that grant us Hexproof. So, like, the You See Your Guard approach, kind of medium here. Blossoming Defense is also kind of medium. Defense is definitely better than the other one, though, but I don't think we need either. Lofty Denial is, eh. So, things we can do here. I do want to keep in Miscast. I like Miscast and Mystical Dispute. I'm going to put in 2 of these 3 Ambushers. Actually, no. You know what I'm gonna do? Because they do play. Oh, what's that card? Skyclave Apparition. I think I'm actually going to keep in the Blossoming defenses and just take out 6 senses. Lofty Denials, either way, are kind of medium, even if they were pretty decent there. But we get to keep a curve that looks a lot like this. It's super low to the ground still. We have even more good 1-drops. Mystical Dispute will counter their whole deck. Run Afoul is just target opponent sacrifices a creature against them. And we still get to have our basic game plan of draw cards, counter spells, play threats. So I like this a lot. And our hand is unfortunately pretty bad. We need another land, so I'm gonna mulligan for that land. And 1, 2, 3. This is much, much, much better. And here I'm gonna keep our this or this. I think I would rather, on the draw, give myself a chance to draw another land, because any land plays super well here. Yeah. I'm going to do this on the draw and give myself the most action. But yeah. But these run afouls are going to look pretty good if I end up seeing one sometime soon. So we are going to end up taking some damage here, and I'm going to be pretty sad about that. But even like 1 or 2 sideboard cards is going to feel pretty sweet here. So the thing that we need to look out for is that they can, of course, have their own Mystical Disputes. So that could get pretty annoying pretty fast. And I would rather they dispute my Rattle Chains than any of my other tapping creatures, because like Rattle Chains doesn't really help to control the board. But Herald and Shacklegeist both do. Also of note, I, have 2 Rattle Chains. So I'm going to take this. If that's a Queller that they're holding mana up for, then so be it. I already have to walk into that anyway. A Dispute, that's fine. Let's untap. Cool, we got a land. So here I can Rattle Chains again. If they try to Skyclave or something. So far, not great. I do need a little more spell action. Too many creatures, not enough spells. Okay. And I think I'm going to just do nothing here, because I want them to be scared of counterspells for Coco. Not that I got one, but that is medium helpful. I can do this. Is it a Queller? It is a Queller. Okay. Okay. Huh. Let's see. Whew. I think we're going to a game 3, y'all. This one smells like a game 3. Okay. We're, I assume, playing an Empyrean Eagle? A Watcher. I will play this. See what happens to it. Honestly, I should have done this in response to the Watcher if I was going to do this. Okay, so nothing. I'm not going to block. I'm going to take 3. So if they were going to do something, I'm going to do something here. Since they're not going to do anything right here, then I'll be mostly happy to... Oh, that's not bad. That at least gives me insurance against a Coco. But this gives me a potential pretty good block. So I can... Ooh, 14? I can also Obsession here? No, that's not... No, not this block. What am I doing? Alright, let's go ahead and chill here. So, best case scenario, I can Herald Wanderer. Okay, annoying. Actually, really annoying. Because now they can counter a miscast? Ew. So let's try this. Spell Queller. Alright. I think I'm nearing the SOL point here. Mausoleum Wanderer is too good. So they should pop a Mausoleum Wanderer to stop this. They do, okay. So no block here. We take 9, we go to 5. The order I did a month ago from the States still hasn't crossed the border? Jesus. That's rough. Oh my god. And this game's pretty much over. Okay. No, I can at least try for an attack. This is very clearly not good, but if it somehow goes, then I can either force them to give me my Nebelgast Herald back with a Spectral Sailor, or I can draw a card and hope for the best here, so I doubt this is good, but... I will give myself the try. A Spectral Sailor. Sailor miscast. I can, in theory, live, so yeah, fuck it, let's try it. So they have 2 cards, which is clearly not great in case they... What's this? Oh, okay. So I will miscast here. If that's a dispute, that sucks. They have their own miscast. Okay, okay, fine. Game 3. Oh, no, they're just disputing it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, game 3. So... things that I want to change on specifically the play here. I don't think I would keep miscast on the play. No. I'm actually changing this because we're going to be going first here. So I can put these 6 senses back in. These feel a little better. Denial's a little better. It is a little better, for sure. I still don't think I want to play... these necessarily if I'm not going to be on the draw. Like, I can play these things that all feel a little bit better when you're on the play, because like I'm more likely to get to attack, so I can have 6 cents in on top of the Curious Obsessions. The miscasts are a little less necessary because I'm more likely to have 2 mana open because I'm on the play. So this is... Yeah, I was going to say, and of course I can use Denial to, like, counter creatures, which is nice. Also, this hand is just straight up better anyway, so that's good. So let's see what they do here. Okay, so they're going to hold up a Mystical Dispute, which I'm actually okay with them disputing a Spectral Sailor. That's whatever. Do what you got to do. I think I would have jammed a Sailor. No, I want them to use their Mystical Dispute on this thing. Like, Yeah, like I actively want them to try to dispute the creature I don't care about as much. This way, like, my more impactful plays actually do something. Like here, for example, I'm not going to play the Curious Obsession. Instead, what I'm going to do is hold up Rattle Chains, use Rattle Chains. If they dispute Rattle Chains, great, then I get to untap and have a productive turn. And if they are spending this turn playing a 2-mana creature like... okay, cool. Yeah, like, this works out pretty well. So if they dispute this, then I get to untap, Obsession, hold up, run afoul. Like, I think this is, like, much more productive. Hey, how you doing, Carlos? So let's get our attack in here. And a land is not bad. So the only thing that could suck here is exactly a Skyclave. Like, that's pretty bad. Oh, come on. Fuck you. Alright. Like, that sucks. But even here, I still have, like, a 6th Sense. So, like... I'm still not actually SOL. So things I'm going to do here, I actually am just going to play 6th Sense, I think. And just kind of get this train going again. And I'm going to wait to see what I draw before making a land drop or anything. Like if I draw a Botanical Sanctum, I would much rather have that. Yes. Okay. Okay, not doing anything about the attack, of course. Yeah, exactly, Skyclave fucking sucked there, but, like... I don't know, we gave ourselves the best chance, I think, to play around just about everything else, so I am still satisfied. So let's go ahead and attack here. So if they're just going to, like, flash in a Spell Queller or something to block, then I have Run Afoul. If they're going to Coco, I have a Lofty, and hopefully another, what's going on here? Spell Queller to block. Okay, good, because I have the Run Afoul. Sick. So let's draw our card. I don't know, see if it's a land or something cool. Why isn't this just giving me a yes? Okay, sweet. So I didn't draw a land, so I'm not going to play Wanderer, but next turn I can play Wanderer and hold up Lofties and stuff. So, like, this is still pretty good for us. Again, downsides include them having impactful play plus dispute. Like, I can't do anything about that. But I will be able to hold up, what's this? Empyrean Eagle. Okay, so we pretty clearly have a counterspell here, but I'm still going to have to try for it. Oh, shit. No counterspell? Now what? Oh, Supreme Phantom, sure. So I'm just going to play a Shacklegeist then? Yeah, alright. Not the biggest fan of not getting to attack here, but I don't know, it's just what it is. So I take 3 from Skyclave Apparition. I can still hold up Lofty through all of this, and end of turn I can, excuse me, tap down Supreme Phantom, get to attacking again. That seems okay. Okay. Tap this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. See if they're holding up Mystical Dispute. If so, then I already am stuck crying about it. Alright, sweet. They took so much damage from mana base. Yeah, and realistically, that's one of the things I've been complaining about Bance for a while anyway. So what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is not 9. So I am actually just going to attack to 6 and see what I draw, instead of being potentially rash and taking myself away from a decent draw. Ooh, that's helpful. So I want to play this. I want to play this. Sick. All right. Yeah, Bant does take a lot of damage from their own mana base, and that's another one of the things that I actively really like about playing just 2 colors instead of playing 3. Like, Coco is really freaking good, but, you know, like, there's a real cost that comes when you're stuck playing bullshit like Mana Confluence. And when you can just, like, rely on things like Botanical Sanctum and Pathway lands to give you your mana reliably without going to fucking 12 to do it, you know, that makes a big difference, especially when there's a lot of people attacking you, like in these Spirit Mirrors, or like when you're playing against, say, mono red or black white humans. Like, it comes up a lot that you just do not want to be taking damage from your own lands, because your opponent's already going to be doing enough hard work trying to take, you know, make you take damage anyway. Like, you don't want to help your opponent realize their goal. Let me put this away. The IRL modern deck. Alright, you go over there. Oh, that's sweet. Alright, so Kristen asked me what color should she dye her hair, because right now her hair is kind of like Morticia Adams-y. It's long, it's black, and the Morticia Adams look is, I don't know, it's pretty cool. But she's really sick all the color, right? She's pretty sick of having really long hair because, I don't know, she just finds it annoying. It's just getting in her face and stuff all the time. So she's going to cut it pretty soon, and she's asked what color should she dye it. So the first thing I said was purple, just because purple's one of my favorite colors. And now she's asking what shade of purple. And that's where I'm kind of like, oh man, there's a lot of shades out there. But I did actually find one that I kind of liked. It's this really, like, I don't, but whatever, this color. It's like really, I don't know, this, oh, here it is, perfect. Neon shades? Sure. Do we have a match yet? No. Goth mommy girl. I got a crush on Morticia when I was younger. Goth mommy. Yeah. That's not inaccurate, not gonna lie. Well, she's much more emo than goth, but like, oh, hi, who are you? Anyway. Oh, the mermaid color. Oh, it's literally called mermaid shades. Nice, nice, nice. I actually am going to change my recommendation to that. Deck tech for the other deck. Oh yeah, for Martyr. Yeah, you're right. Oh. So yeah, let's go into the, here we go. So yeah, so the basic idea here is that you're playing Martyr of Sands. In Martyr of Sands, you reveal X white cards from your hand, you sacrifice this thing, you get 3x the number of cards you revealed in your life total. So that thing's just going to be pretty sweet. And you get to play this thing a lot like a really sweet control deck. So you get to play, except that you also just playing a shit ton of creatures. So you play Martyr of Sands, when you get above 30 life, that turns on Sarah Ascendant. And Sarah Ascendant is, if you have 30 or more life, this thing becomes a 6/6 flyer, but it always has lifelink. So if you're at 30, you get a 6/6 flying lifelink for 1, which is actually fucking absurd. But you also get to play other cards that have synergies with this. So you get Speaker of the Heavens, which, if you're at 27, you get to tap this thing and make a 4/4 angel every turn. Except it's also a 1/1 lifelink, so that's going to help contribute towards that life total gain. So you have all of these 1 mana payoffs for your Martyr of Sands to go off of. To get more white cards into your hand, you have Squadron Hawk, you know, tap 2, play a bird, you get 3 more. That's instantly plus 9 life for your Martyr of Sands. It's going to be super sick. Stoneforge Mystic is also just plain old good. Like, she's great. It's a white deck. So you get to get like Batterskull, Cauldron Complete, and the super cool part about this specific version of Martyr is that I'm playing 4 copies of Urza Saga. And Urza Saga, never mind just doing stupid dumb Urza Saga things anyway, but Urza Saga can get a few really cool targets in this deck. It can get Soul Guide Lantern, so you can just like negate any graveyard shenanigans your opponent's trying to do. There is a main deck copy of Pithing Needle, and Shadow Spear. Now, we all see Shadow Spear out of these decks anyway, right? But Shadow Spear specifically for Martyr not only pumps up your creatures and makes your Squadron Hawks respectable and stuff, but also lifelink is actively very important for this deck, because when you have lifelink going on, you're more likely to get your life total up to above those 27 and 30 thresholds. So Shadow Spear being really good anyway also just pulls double duty here. And most of the other stuff is just good white cards. Like, we've got 4x Skyclave Apparition, 4x Solitude, and a Round Paired. Alright, let's go. What up, Hamuda? And our hand's decent. Cool, let's run it. So we're going to play Island Go, the time-honored tech. Everybody loves a chance to say Island Go. Are you humans? Sigarda's Aid! Oh, I was talking about that. I was definitely talking about how Sigarda's Aid is legal in Pioneer, and now we have fighter class to look for things like a Colossus Hammer. So it looks like we are now actually playing against it. Okay, well, that's not a fighter class, so I'll be pretty happy about that. And this is... Ooh. Ah. So let's draw 2. And we drew a Lofty Denial. Sick. So this will counter a fighter class if they do have one already. Got it. That's pretty sweet. Not happening, but it's pretty sweet. I'm actually going to ask them, how did you find copies of fighter class already, LOL? Alright, so here I'm going to draw the 2 cards in case one of the cards I draw happens to be a copy of Nebelgast Herald. So I'm going to go ahead... Goatbot? Oh, sick. Alright, cool. So I told him... Oh, well, we got Shacklegeist. That's pretty close. Alright. Okay, cool. So Shacklegeist does basically beat that deck by himself, so I guess they're probably right to just snap concede there. So against this deck, to the best of my knowledge, they're not playing anything important with flying, and they don't use graveyards or anything since they're not a Lurrus deck. Test of Talents would normally go in something here because they would normally be playing things like Steel Shaper's Gift, but all of the cards that they're playing in these kind of archetypes that are available to red and white, can you tell I looked in Gatherer? They're all enchantments and artifacts, none of them are instants or sorceries to search cards. So you have to play like fighter class, you play whatever the card that we just saw was, the 3-drop that auto attaches, but there's no like Steel Shaper's Gift, there's no magnetic theft. So here I think what I want to do is just take out blossoming defenses. 3 of them. Play Nightpack Ambushers. Actually, I'm going to put blossoming defenses back in for those. There we go. So as far as I know, they don't play any instants or sorceries that are particularly important. But Nightpack Ambusher can give me a bunch of ground pounding blockers, and that'll just be decent by itself. Blossoming Defense is like a pump spell that can end a game a turn sooner. And you see a guard approach. This one I specifically want to keep in because of the tap target creature mode. So I think that's going to be what we can do about this. And our hand is pretty medium, but I guess I'll shut up and take it. Why miscast over Spell Pierce? Let's see. So the reason I want to play Miscast instead of Spell Pierce, maybe that is not necessarily true after the D&D set came out, but prior to that, the actual reason is, what the hell is playing non-instant or sorcery spells? Like, most decks that you see don't even have, other than exactly Binding of the Old Gods. Most of the threats you see that can be hit by Spell Pierce can also be, that's actually a lot better, I think, can also be hit by Miscast, making Miscast a little bit better. Like, there's really, like, no Planeswalkers in the format. So, like, there is Binding of the Old Gods that sees play, but other than that, everything that sees play really is in instant or sorcery. So, like, there's not too much of a reason to really need to. They cost 3 less. They do not cost 0. Okay. Oh, that's not bad. So Shadow Spear is going to be a free equip. Okay, so there's the fighter class. So I can't really do much about that. Also, they don't really get to, they did get the Shadow Spear. Okay, so I'm not going to do anything about that. So I think what I'm going to be doing here is just doing this to start. Seeing what I can draw, and then going for this. Yeah, I am gonna give myself a chance to draw UC a guard or defense in case of an Abrade from them. A Supreme Phantom, okay. But it looks like here I'm just gonna be playing Spectral Sailor. Racing a Shadow Spear is going to suck. If equipped it has haste, sure. So now they get to put it on the Fireblade Charger. Oh, they didn't equip to the Fervent Champion. Sick. Alright, cool. I will shut up and take that. I don't know why they didn't equip to the Fervent Champion, but I will take it. Oh, now they did. Haha, that sucks. Alright, let's do the untap. Sanctum. Not great, but not nothing. I will take that, actually. I'll take the Obsession. Okay, okay. Like, if they're only going to be on 2 lands, then... Okay, 3 now. But I will take the Lofty Denial. And here, if... Okay, damn. I was going to say, if they attack with both, I will block the Fireblade Charger with the Spectral Sailor while it can only do 1. Level 2 is equip cost 2 less to activate. Okay. And I will counter this 3-drop because it's really good. I don't want to face like a fucking Colossus Hammer of Doom. Oh, there's our ambusher. Okay. Okay, we're doing something. We're doing something. So I'm going to just attack with this again. Draw 2. And we got a Nebelgast Herald too? Ooh. This is looking pretty good, guys. If they just attack, I'm not going to block with the... Okay, yeah. That's fine. So I'm just going to chill there. Let them do their thing for this last turn. But then EOT, I can put in a Nightback Ambusher. They have the thing again. That's actually fine this time, though, because like I have the Ambusher, and next turn I can start holding up this thing, Nebelgast Herald. So like the Kazul's Toll Collector is no longer terrifying. And I really want to draw a copy of Rattle Chains to give my shit flash, but I'll shut up and take this. I am not going to play another 2-drop this turn, so I will play Sanctum first. Yeah. Alright, go. And I get a wolf here. So what are we doing with this? Open the armory. They did have a thing. Oops. Alright, well. At least I have Nebelgast Herald. So, like, I'm still fine, but I did forget about one, and I went out of my way to try to not forget about these things. So, excuse me. Alright, so they can equip to the Collector. That's kind of whatever. Are they going to swap over as well? Oof, child. Alright, well... Thank you, Nebelgast Herald, for existing. Yeah. Scary! Alright. Good lord, that is terrifying. Yeah, sure. So how much damage can we do? I can Supreme Phantom, tap, Supreme Phantom, tap. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's lethal. I think he's dead. They are, in fact, dead. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go. Hadouken. Sick. Alright, cool. Played a third one to declare dominance. Yeah, send a message. Nah, we don't need to. But, like, their deck looks pretty interesting, though. I did forget about Open the Armory. With that said, I still would not have sided in, like, a miscast. But, going back to your point, though, where you asked about, is miscast better than Spell Pierce? I think previous to fighter class becoming a thing that is playable in Pioneer, I do think that miscast was better than Spell Pierce, because we can, and I'm not going to queue up the next match, I'm just going to talk about this point and then finish up our little deck tech on Martyr. And then we will fight Magic cards. So here, if we look at what the metagame was looking like last set, right? So we were looking at Is It Phoenix, which is basically all spells. So like miscast versus Spell Pierce, there is no difference between the two other than miscast is better against this deck. If you want one of those two effects against this deck, you know, the Spirit's Mirror, you want miscast because you can miscast a Collect Company, they have to pay 3 instead of 2. And we saw that actually come up. Mono Black Aggro, they can play a copy of Aethersphere Harvester, but other than that, everything else is exactly an instant or sorcery. This does change against Mono Black Vampires because they play Sorin, but mono black aggro only plays Aethersphere Harvester that you would ever care about versus Miscast. Dimir Control does not play cards that are different. Like, they don't play anything other than instant sorceries and creatures. So, like, it's the same card here. Niftalite, they do have exactly this and sometimes a 4-drop Binding the Old Gods. And other than exactly those 2, sometimes 3 spells, the entirety of their stuff is instant sorceries. Oh, this one's playing on Nahiri. Ugh, that seems bad. But whatever, I guess it's a thing that exists. This deck, all instant sorceries. This deck, all instant sorceries except exactly Chain to the Rocks. And you're not spell piercing a Chain to the Rocks 95% of the time anyway. This one, not only do they not play things that you really want to worry about, but like 3 mana versus 2 mana is very, very different against this deck. I guess you can very occasionally spell pierce like an Ugin, but like they shouldn't be letting you do that. But yeah, like it just didn't really come up that the 2 cards were ever all that different. Like, okay, this one's a real example though. This one, you can have your point on this one, because this one plays a bunch of Planeswalkers. Spell Pierce is definitely better than Miscast here. Like, that one, that's a solid point in your favor. But I think like a solid like 85, probably 90% of the time, like Miscast is just like a better Spell Pierce. And now that Fighter class exists and there's a new deck that wants to take advantage of a non-creature spell, maybe that will make it so that, you know, you yeah, so I don't know, maybe Spell Pierce is better again. There. Go Spirits, right? So yeah, so I don't know, so far so good. Oh, I just said we were going to finish talking about Martyr. My bad. Okay, so we went over Urza Saga targets. We went over the creatures that we're playing. And we went over why we are playing some of our cards to go with Serra Ascendant and Speaker of the Heavens. Things we didn't get to talk about yet. Specifically Abiding Grace. Now, I know one of y'all said that Abiding Grace was super fucking lit. And honestly, I agree. That's why I'm playing it. But for anybody who doesn't know, it's new. And either in your upkeep, oh, I'm sorry, end step, not upkeep. You either A, just gain a life, or B, you reanimate something with CMC 1. And here, the primary target for your reanimation is usually going to be Martyr of Sands, so that you can rinse and reuse her ability. So, like, if you have an Abiding Grace on the table, the way it works is, like, you play Martyr of Sands, you sack your Martyr of Sands, you gain, like, 9 to 15 life. End step, you get your Martyr of Sands, you gain another 9 to 15 life. So, it's super insano, and you just get to end up with your life total being at, like, 35 to 40 a lot of the time. And it's clearly really good against aggro decks, but it also helps out with your own cards that you're looking to push. So it's really sweet as a 2-of here. I'm also playing a Singleton Ranger Captain of Eos. I don't know that I don't want to be playing more of these effects, but I don't want to reduce anything else that I'm doing. I could play more of these effects, and if I was going to do that, then I think I would change this into being a Yorion deck. However, I think I wanted to just stay a 60 card deck. Stoneforge does Stoneforge things. You get Batter Skull, which is also great because lifelink. Cauldron Complete because the card's just good. And then Shadow Spear, again, lifelink is great, but specifically in this deck, lifelink is even better than usual. What's the sideboard look like? Yep, I'll drag that over in a couple seconds too. So for the non-basic lands here, again, 4 Urza Sagas, cards busted, we know that. We have 4 Field of Ruin because we just don't really want to deal with opposing good lands, but also we actively want to get basic planes into our battlefield because we are playing a 1-of Emeria the Sky Ruin. So if upkeep, if you have 7 or more planes, you can just reanimate a creature every upkeep. So Field of Ruin is going to actively put basic planes on our table, and that's going to be a super great look. And Thespian Stage, I'm playing 2 of these because this card is already ultra good with things like Field of Ruins, things like Mistville Plains. But this card, for anybody who doesn't know like a lot of the rules interactions, is fucked up with Urza Saga. Like, not good. This card is straight up fucking busted with Urza Saga. So, the way this is fucked up and works. So, you have your Urza Saga, and Urza Saga is going to be on 2 counters. While it is at 2 and before it ever gets to a 3rd counter, you can Thespian Stage your Urza Saga. And that means that you'll have your Thespian Stage as in Urza Saga that has the Make a Construct ability. After you have the Make a Construct ability, but before Thespian Stage can ever get to a 3rd counter, what you can then do is turn Thespian Stage into a basic Plains. But Thespian Stage will still keep the ability that it gained from Urza Saga, even though it can still just be a basic Plains. And the way that'll end up working is that Thespian Sage will be, even if your opponent plays like a Blood Moon, it'll be a basic Plains that has the Make a Construct ability and will never sacrifice itself, because as a basic Plains, it'll never go up in chapter counters. So you can just keep it as a basic Plains. It'll add to your field, it'll add to your Plains count for Emeria the Sky Ruin, and they can't do anything about it because it's a basic land. So Blood Moon doesn't change it. Blood Moon doesn't change it, but whatchamacallit will. Spreading Season, those things will. But like Blood Moon, Magus of the Moon, Fulminator Mage, none of those things will affect your Thespian Stage that is a basic Plains with the 2 copies, with the construct ability. So you'll just get to make constructs forever without your opponent being able to fuck you up with a Blood Moon. It's really, really absurd as far as interactions go. And to answer your question, here's the sideboard. However, the sideboard is super loose and definitely not finished by any means. Yeah, like, they can't Field of Ruin it, they can't Blood Moon you, they can't Magus of the Moon you. Thespian Stage plus Urza Saga is just, like, super broken. Like, you don't see it in Legacy too often because Wasteland is a thing that exists, but in Modern, that's not really a problem you have to worry about. So you can just, like, do the broken thing and it's fine. So here in our sideboard, what we got here is a couple of sweepers. We've got a Wrath of God and a Day of Judgment, and I wanted to kind of diversify my bonds there to play a little bit around Humans Meddling Mage. It's almost free to do so. We've got 3 copies of Leyline of Sanctity, and Leyline, you just like don't want your opponent thought seizing you. One of Tragic Poet to rebuy Urza Saga. I am definitely gonna have to read Tragic Poet. Tragic Poet. Sacrifice this thing, return target enchantment from graveyard to hand. All right, you saw it here, people. Nice. There. As a burn player, your Leyline offends me. Facts. Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, to be fair, if you're playing burn, this entire deck should offend you. Like, there is nothing about this deck that a burn player really ever wants to see. Like, the entire point of this thing is to be up at like 40 to 50 life, and burn is probably like the person who cusses the most when they see something like this. So things that are in the board that I was relatively things that I am actually sure of that I wanted to play. So, like, a Crucible of Worlds will let you continue to do the whole Field of Ruin and Urza Saga things, and I think that little extra bit of oomph is enough to give Crucible of Worlds a one-off in the sideboard spot. I don't think I want one in the main, but I think I like one in the board. There's 2 Relic of Progenitus and another Pithing Needle. These are all things that you can go and... Oh my god! The new set's out! What am I doing? The new set's fucking out! Sweet! Duh. There's a reason I didn't play this yet. Today is actually the day. Alright. Okay, sick. There we go. I'm like, my placeholders don't have to be there anymore. So yeah. So Crucible of Worlds is just really good with Urza Saga. It's really good with Field of Ruin. And if somebody destroys your Emeria, you can just buy it back. It's just pretty good all around, right? 2 Relic of Progenitus is a Pithing Needle. You can go and get these with Urza Saga, and they will help to control the game against the decks that you are probably weakest against, being things like the, things like Oval Chase Daredevil Shenanigans, things like just random Dredge decks fucking you up. Pithing Needle is just really good. It'll just help shut down things like the Underworld Cookbook, Asmo herself. Fracturing Gust as a 2-of is also really good there. But new exciting thing. Portable Hole is a 1 mana artifact. So you get to use your Urza Saga. Oh no, mana cost 0 or 1. It's got to be colorless. Never mind. Okay, so that doesn't work. Never mind. I was going to say Portable Hole can just be searched. But yeah. It doesn't exactly say 0 or 1. It's mana value 1. Okay, so it's not the same. But Portable Hole is still a really good removal card, because it'll help stop like Darcy. It'll stop Ragavans from hitting you. It'll get rid of the Underworld Cookbook because it doesn't say anything about creatures. It's just a non-land permanent. It's still just a really good card. Also, it's white, so revealing it to Martyr of Sands is just gonna be really sick anyway, because that will add to your life total. I lost in a ManaTraders. Urza Saga's already too good. Don't give them more ideas. Yeah, honestly, you're right. Lost in ManaTraders against Mill earlier when I played Prowess. Who knew Mill can get 2 to 3 archive traps in the first 7 every game? Jesus. Yeah, Mill's pretty good. I mean, there's a reason like it's on my list of decks that I like playing sometimes. But this, you get to play like Fracturing Gust, which I think is pretty good. Obviously it gets rid of all your opponent's Urza Saga shit, but importantly, when you're doing the broken thing and getting rid of your opponent's board, you also gain 2 life for every permanent destroyed this way. So even though it does have the ability to destroy your permanents, hey Andrew, how you doing? You actually enjoy the fact that Fracturing Gust will gain you 2 life for every permanent killed this way too. So you'll have your extra bits of synergy with your Speaker to Heavens, with Sarah Ascendant, stuff like that. So I think this is going to be something too that I kind of get to look forward to playing, and I will probably play this at some point in the future too. This might be what I choose to play on Monday, because honestly it just looks like a lot of fun. Modern feels good. There's a lot of decks that are super viable for sure. Like, I mean, yes, it is sad times that specifically our deck isn't one of the decks that is really viable right now, but whatever. There's a lot of room for exploring, and in either Forgotten Realms that just got a bunch of cool shit, or Modern Horizons 2 that has something for fucking everybody. Like, there's a lot of really cool stuff to be doing right now in Modern. Do you plan on doing another Bant Spirit showcase anytime soon? For specifically Modern, it might be a while before I try to tell people that Spirits is good. Because, like, honestly, the fact of the matter is in Modern, it's really just kind of not. In Pioneer, however, Bant Spirits is fucking great. So that will probably end up being a thing, because I'm already having a pretty good time of playing Blue-Green Spirits right now. Like, actually, 3-0 in a league right now? So I'm going to play the other 2 matches before we end today. But Bant Spirits is also just really good in Pioneer. So I might highlight that as a deck that people want to play, because it just is very solid. Excuse me. Even if we did just kind of beat up on it as Blue-Green, it's still really good. And in Modern, like, I think Bant Spirits, it needs a little help, but like the archetype needs a little help. Lava Dart's really good right now. So I don't know, it's gonna take a little bit of convincing to provide an argument as to why one would really want to play Spirits in Modern right now. But good lord, the deck's great in Pioneer. So what makes Bant so bad in Modern right now? The reason Bant is bad in Modern is the same as the reason that Blue-White is bad in Modern, but more so. So here is a tentative Bant list. So here's a tentative Bant list. This is a pilot named Dr. Queller played this a couple of weeks ago, and I think this is probably the best version of the Bant Spirits list because it's playing 2 Birds of Paradise instead of any copies of Aether Vial, and I think that is what allows this deck to lean into the strength that Bant does have, which is turn 2 Teferis, turn 2 Spell Quellers, turn 2 Skyclave Apparitions. Those are all of the reasons that you would really choose to play Bant Spirits, because all of those cards, when they come out on turn 2 instead of turn 3, are ultra powerful. Like a turn 2 Spell Queller is great against almost all of the format, and Collect the Company on turn 3 is night and day compared to turn 4. Like, Collect the Company on turn 3 when you can roll things like Double Drog Skull Captain, when you can roll things like Spell Queller, Mausoleum Wanderer against a spell-based deck. Coco is ridiculously good, and having 6 mana dorks instead of just 4 mana dorks and maybe some Aether Vials gives you that draw a lot more consistently, making it so that your really broken starts happen much more often. So this deck is going to run a lot more aggro than Blue-White will. Like, I wouldn't go so far as to say Vial is terrible, but I do think Vial is the lesser option in Bant. In Blue-White, because that deck wants to play a lot more responsively and it plays a lot more like a tempo deck than an aggro deck, I think Vial is great in Blue-White. But I think Bant, you just want to play all your powerful cards as early as possible, and playing 6 mana dorks instead of 4 will let you do that a lot more often. The downside to this plan, and the reason why I'm kind of off of it as a whole, is that one of the best cards in the format right now is Lava Dart. Like, you already are seeing a lot of blue-red prowess. They're playing 4 Lava Darts. You're seeing a lot of people play this deck because the Lava Dart is, also good against Ragavan. So, like, playing Noble Hierarch in a format where people are already overly prepared for Ragavan is unfortunately kind of setting yourself up for failure. So, like, which sucks because people are going so far as to play Lava Dart in their sideboard. Infect Tribal. What tribal deck would you play in Modern right now if I had to play Tribal? I would play Merfolk. So, and I actually played Blue-White Merfolk, a week or 2 ago, and it was pretty decent. Like, we ended up going 4-1 in the league. We played against a pretty big streamer. As he was playing, we played against Doomwake, and our white cards were really good against him. And here's a blue-green list that I am probably going to try to finish up and play at some point too. And the reason you would want to play something like Merfolk over something like Spirits right now is because this deck has the appropriate tools to fight most of what the format is doing. For example, Merfolk actively wants to play Chalice of the Void in the main deck, where Spirits is like, it's okay, but like, you don't necessarily want to play this card in the main deck, because if you put Chalice on 1, it's going to stop your future plays that you might still need to take advantage of, like your Noble Hierarchs, like your Birds, and like your Aether Vials in the example of Blue-White. Merfolk, however, plays 4 Caverner Souls, so like, even if you Chalice on 1 against Prowess, Caverner Souls is gonna negate that ability of Chalice to fuck your own plan up. You can just still play your Cometa Speaker, still play your Tide Shaper. And speaking of those 2 cards, the other reason why I would choose to play Merfolk right now is because the 1-drops that exist in Merfolk are a lot more aggressive than the Spectral Sailors. Like, Cometa Speaker, a lot of the time, is just a 2-mana 3/3. I'm sorry, a 1-mana 3/3. And Spectral Sailor just, like, doesn't do that. Tide Shaper, if you kick a Tide Shaper, this will straight up kill in Urza Saga. So, for example, say you're playing against Amulet. And fuck it, or Lantern, they also play Urza Saga. But, like, you're on the play, you play your turn 1 Cometa Speaker, they play an Urza Saga to try to fetch out, like, a Lantern of Insight or an Amulet of Vigor, or whatever the hell they're doing. Turn 2, you get to play a Tide Shaper, kill their Urza Saga, attack them with Cometa Speaker. Now, Bolt Tribal is probably where it's at. It's consistent and fast. I mean, Burn actually is a pretty good deck right now. Like, I've got nothing bad to say about Burn. The only real downside to playing Burn right now is that there's a lot of people playing, like, Food. So every food token with 2 mana just, like, negates one of your spells. That can suck, but y'all have play around that. You have you have Skullcrack, you have Roiling Vortex. Like, food tokens are not a be-all, end-all, but I think they're enough to be annoying. Excuse me. But also, outside of your 1-drops, which are very good in Merfolk, you also get to play just like a shit ton of Lord effects, right? Like, you get to play 12 2-mana Lords, which is big game. Merfolk Trickster is, like, nowhere near as good as Skyclave Apparition, but, like, they have slightly similar combat trick effects sometimes. Silvergill Adept, not bad. Not great, not bad. Like, I would definitely play this card if it was a spirit. But another thing here, Sveilun. This card, holy shit, this card is great. This card is actually fucking absurd. And just drawing a card every time she attacks, great, busted. We need something like that. Giving your other Merfolk ward, that's pretty sweet. We've even played Unsettled Mariner in the past. And then she has Indestructible herself sometimes, which is also pretty... Excuse me. Which is also pretty good. And the fact that you have so much card draw between Sveilun and your Silvergill Adepts, that also gives you room to play something like Force Negation in the main, because you don't really mind the card disadvantage as much, because Merfolk can recoup that card advantage by just, like, playing Silvergill Adept and replacing itself, or just by, like, attacking with Sveilun, which you already want to be doing as an attacking deck. So I think this deck is definitely a little bit better positioned. What I was choosing to do here was I did not play Merfolk Mistbinder. Instead, I played Unsettled Mariner, because what I was doing was trying it out to see if the taxing of Unsettled Mariner and the taxing of Sveilun was enough to protect my creatures against a lot of what the removal was doing. And it turned out the answer was actually yes. Like, it was really good. Like, if you have a Unsettled Mariner and a Sveilun on the table at the same time, it is so hard for people to kill your fucking creatures. Like, it's really good. It's almost as annoying as playing against spirits. Except this deck has the upside of being able to, like, kill Urza Sagas with Tide Shapers and stuff. Burn is always good. If it's not good, it means there's something wrong and something needs to be banned. Yeah, that's fair, because, like, Burn is basically your, you know, your archetypical turn 4 deck. And if Burn is playable, that usually does mean that, yeah, like you said, like, the format is healthy, because that means that most people are expecting to die right around turn 4 or turn 5, which is exactly where Modern wants to be at. So if Burn sucks because it is too slow, that usually does mean that the format's kind of in a fucked up place, yeah. Like, Burn is one of those decks that, like, it should always be a little annoying. How do you play creature decks, really? Every time I play it, I miss having removals and having reach using Bolt. No, it's I don't know, it's a pretty good time. I actively like playing these, like, annoying little creature decks. Like, just give me a bunch of 2/2s and I'm generally pretty happy. But I don't know, like, you get some upsides, downsides of matches, right? Like, I really like the upside that decks like Spirits and Merfolk have of just going, so should I switch my current Bant list over to Blue-White? Or do you think that in the local meta game, Bant is fine to play? So I'm actually going to say, like, that's probably just one of those things that adjusts to your area. If you find that you are playing a lot of Lava Dart, or playing against a lot of Lava Darts, then it is probably true that Bant is not where you want to be in life right now. However, if a lot of people are in your deck are playing, like, you know, like, basically anything other than Lava Darts, then Bant is great. Like, you can, you know, as long as you can get away from people who are playing Lava Darts, then Noble Hierarch and Birds of Paradise look really good, because you'll still get to have all kinds of powerful tools against what the rest of the format is doing. Like, oops, Bant Spirits, here we go. Like, you have Teferis, which are really good against things like Living End. You have Mausoleum Wanderers and Spell Quellers, which of course do a lot of really good work against things like Living End, things like Temur Rhinos. Like, your Skyclave Apparition, this just deals with most of the creature decks in the format, so if you're playing against things like Merfolk, against things like Elementals, then you'll be really glad to have this active on turn 2 instead of turn 3. Especially when you're on the play and you can kill their Aether Vial. Prismatic Ending is really good in Bant because you can rely on this thing getting to X's 3, and that way you can kill things like Ensnaring Bridges, which blue-white cannot reliably do. So if you are playing in an environment that does not have a mega fuck ton of Lava Darts, then Bant is definitely like the better deck 3/4 at a time. However, online, where I play, does have a lot of Lava Darts, so I don't really think I can get away with playing this deck, even if I think it is the more powerful of the two decks. I can only count up to 10, I can't count up to 20. Yeah, counting up to 20 is a little difficult sometimes, yeah. But, like, speaking of counting up to 10, though, I am pretty excited about being able to play maybe some Storm every now and then. So we're going to go ahead and queue up our 4th match here. See if these can keep going. Oop. Excuse me. But yeah, I think I do actively really like, I like Bant in basically any room that doesn't have mono Lava Dart. What decks do you use on paper? For the most part, I don't really play Paper Magic anymore. When I do want to play paper, like, I did play a 2K a couple of weeks ago. And I played Blue-White Spirits there. But for the most part, I just, like, don't really want to play Paper Magic. That will probably change when we have access to bigger events again, like GPs and Star Cities and such. But just, like, playing your FNM and stuff, I just don't as a whole. You guys have paper tournaments? Yeah, like, here in the US, we have technically had access to Paper Magic since May 28th was the date. And I took a few weeks to just kind of decide on, do I really want to even try that much Paper Magic, or fuck it, or whatever. Force of Virtue to fix the vulnerability of Lava Dart. That might not end up being the worst. You would have to play a lot of white cards to make Force of Virtue worth your time, but that is worth thinking about. Thanks for your advice. Been on and off of Spirits since M19. Always loved Bant, but never tried Blue-White. Got you, okay. So, yeah, like, M19, yeah, so you've actually been playing it for a while then. Yeah, wow. What do we got going on here? We've got Spectral, Keen Sense, Mausoleum. Okay, cool. All good stuff. A Lurrus deck. So that means that I could be ready to be annoyed here. If the Lurrus deck they are playing is Auras, then Nebelgast Heralds will look really good there. Oh no! This does not look like Auras. This looks like fucking Arcanist. Man. I mean, our Nebelgast Heralds are still pretty good against that, but I don't want to play against Arcanist. Welp. That sucks. So, I'm going to get my 6 cents here so I can at least start to draw a card. I can draw a copy of something like You See a Guard Approach. Or... But honestly, like, this matchup is fucking bad. Oh, shit. No spell? What the... Okay. Croxa? Question mark? Another Dreadhorde Arcanist. Okay. Is this list for Modern? No, we are in the middle of playing Pioneer right now. Ooh, Rattlechains too. Okay. Okay. I will very happily take this. Oh my god. What the fuck did my opponent keep? I mean, I'm not going to complain, but... I am so confused. No gas, you love to see it, right? Like, what is happening right now? Ah, there it is. I see them tapping mana. No, nothing. So Silvergill Adept is the only creature that dies to Lava Dart in this deck. Usually the answer is yes. So, like, they have access to Silvergill Adept. You can kill a turn 1 Tide Shaper or a turn 1 Kamena Speaker a lot of the time. I think I just play this. I'm not going to get cute and try to play the Nebelgast. Is this a Kolaghan's command? It is. Okay. Okay, so here is where discard a card, 2 damage. I'm going to play Rattle Chains. And discard this Breeding Pool, I guess. Another Wanderer, okay. And the Wanderer is actually pretty good too because I already have the Rattle Chains to give it flash, so like I'm good with that. All right. I don't even remember when I last played F. Oh, hey, there's a UC guard. Nice, nice, nice. I prefer competitive REL because I find it more enjoyable. Sure, and I hear that from a lot of people too. Like, honestly, so do I. But like, I don't know. Whatever. As long as everybody enjoys the way they choose to play Magic. So, Village Rites, whatever. You got it. Okay, so there is a Fatal Push in there. And I have a UCA guard, so I don't really care about that right now. Which is really nice to be able to say. So they can Village Rites one, they can Thought Seize me. Okay. So I'm going to give this thing hexproof. And I'm going to flash in the other Mausoleum Wanderer. And I'm going to make a pretty big point of not countering that, so they take 2. So here they can cast Fatal Push at something else, which is fine as long as it's not this. I'm okay. And I guess they can Village Rites themselves? Oh, they're going to Thought Seize. Resolves opponent. You can take 2 more. Miss damage. I think I would have played another Wanderer. Oh, no, I wanted the Wanderer to be instant speed. Like, yes, that is technically a point of missed damage. But I actively wanted this to be able to come in at instant speed. Because I still had the mana up for the copy of Ucia Guard, that doesn't tell them whether I have a Rattle Chains or anything else or what. What's the card you drew? I have a Nebelgast Herald right here, if that's what you're asking about. So I take 2, I go to 14, I'm not blocking these. They are going to claim a Stitcher Supplier, sure. Draw a Supreme and win? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I can actually draw literally any Spirit and win, because all of these are going to trigger. So any Spirit will do the job. That counts. Use a guard or something like that? Okay, so now this has to be a 1 mana instant speed killer creature. Sick. Oh, you see a guard. You see a guard approach. Yes, this card. So this is new. It's from Forgotten Realms. And the 2 modes are either tap a creature or target creature you control gains hexproof. So I'm playing 2 of these, and so far they've been pretty good. Like, we've had a couple of times where the hexproof has just like been super huge, and I expect it to come up where we actively want to see the tap a creature a couple of times. Like, what are we playing against? We're playing against Thoughtseize.deck. Okay. So on the draw here, I don't really want Lofty Denials. Because like they're just gonna have access to their Dreadhorde Arcanist before Lofty Denial does anything anyway. And a copy of Sixth Sense, I'm gonna take one of these out because like I don't necessarily want to take all of them out, but taking one of these out makes it just a little less likely that I get 2 for 1 by like a Fatal Push or something. But these effects are still good enough to the point where I do want them when I can protect my creatures, especially now that I have 6 hexproof effects. Is Test good since maybe flashing back stuff? I find that Test of Talents is like okay. It's not the worst, but I think I don't really want 2 mana counter spells against this deck. Like, it's not bad, but I do think I like it less than most of the other stuff that's going on. What I will do though, I'll put 1 in instead of a Sixth Sense. I am willing to do that. But, like, I think Mistcast is a little better, especially since we know they are playing Culligan's Command. And we want, like, the Blossoming Defenses and Guards, because we want to be able to protect, like, our bigger plays, like Nebelcast Heralds and Nightpack Ambushers, assuming this game goes a little bit longer, which it probably will. But I do think Sixth Sense is probably medium enough to make that switch, you know? But yeah, like the You See a Guard approach, like that card's been pretty baller. And this is okay. I do want, obviously, more lands to play this Nightpack Ambusher. Damn. I was going to say I really want a one drop to make this a little better, but I didn't get it. But even this is like still fine. So the only real shitty part of this, though, is that we do know they can just be playing things like Magma Sprays, so our creatures can still just get really dead here. I do want another green source. These are very good. So I'm going to play this to help get around like Magma Spray here. Like, they have to wait until next turn probably to be able to kill this thing. If they're, okay, I was going to say, if they're playing Rending Valley, then whatever, fuck it, you got me. But that comes up so little. Kroxa, sure. So Kroxa, I will discard a Nebelgast Herald against that. Actually, no, I won't. I'll discard a Nightpack Ambusher. Village Rites. Okay. So this is actually pretty good, because here I'm going to get to Curious Obsession and protect it with Rattle Chains. Like, this is actually nice. And I won't necessarily enjoy their ability to flashback Kroxa soon, but I've got a few turns to worry about that, I think. Okay. So Nightpack Ambusher can come out soon if they have another Feed the Swarm. Okay, so I do have Rattle Chains, and they can of course respond to the Rattle Chains with something else, but I would rather at least make them use the 2. Oh, they have just 2 Magma Sprays? Sick. So I'm gonna get 3 removal spells out of their hand? Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Alright. Oh, that's great. And I'm gonna just do this and protect it with another Rattle Chains too. Oh my god. So I am sad about their ability to play Kroxa next turn. Never mind. Never mind. So if they have Culligan's Command here, I guess I am sad. Yeah, you got me. Never didn't have it. Facts. Never once didn't have it. Alright, so here I get to like Spectral Sailor plus Rattle Chains, and that's good enough. Or I can just play like Nebelgast Herald by itself, but I think I'm going to start off with the Spectral Sailor in case they're holding another copy of whatever the hell that 3-drop is. Buying Luris? Sure. Culligan's Command is the card I was thinking of. So, nah, fuck it. I know where 2 Magma Sprays are. I'm just going to do this. Use all my mana. If they Magma Spray it, you got me. Alright, you got me. Resolves opponent. Give me a green land. That's not bad. Alright. This is actually pretty good. So now if they just play Luris as their turn, I can deal with that. whatever, my attacks are better than theirs. Collective Brutality, they are just choosing spell mode. That's fine. You can have my spell. I would rather spend the rest of my turn playing Spectral Sailor anyway. So watch them, like, land. Okay, sure. Alright. Not what I asked for, but... Oops. Alright. So here I can threaten Rattle Chains. They... Thoughtseize? Okay. I'm just going to do this now. This way they have to potentially deal with all these threats and then still take 2 damage. If they take Nightpack Ambusher, then, like, that's fine. Even if I draw to land, I'd almost rather, like, just draw a card with this anyway. They can spend their turn playing Luris, but then they have to worry about, like, Supreme Phantom and all this other shit. So this is kind of a really bad spot for them, actually. If their hand is, like, 2 removal spells and Luris, then okay. But Rattle Chains resolve, so I kind of doubt that. They took the Supreme Phantom. Okay, sure. Alright, show me your moves. We have... Oh, no. Colgan's Command? Stop it! No! Oh, they didn't make me discard. Okay. Oh, no! Not like this. Alright, this is gonna suck. So now to get the Flashback Kroxa, and I'm gonna have to discard the Nightpack Ambusher. Damn, not getting that 4th land really sucked. I thought they were going to discard Grafdigger's Cage and then make me discard a card. But, well, fuck it, man. We tried it. Alright, well, they get to buy their Luris, which sucks. And now they get to just, like, play a Kroxa? Yeah. Alright, so I'm still gonna do this. Discard the Nightpack Ambusher that I already can't play. So here... Nope, that's not terribly helpful, to be honest. Alright, well, that's very late. No! Oh, that's so bad. Yeah, you know, that is a life we live over here a lot of the time. Sometimes shit will definitely just happen to us. But even this isn't all that bad. Like, yes, we're taking this damage and it sucks, but like, we're going to 17, they're going to 12, and that's not Alright, never mind. I'm off it. Jesus. That was really bad. Okay. So, on the play... I actually am going to run back one more of those. Because on a play, we're like just a lot more likely to have the 2 mana anyway. So let's do this. Draw something nice. That counts as nice. Alright. I'll take this. But yeah, no, that happens, unfortunately fairly often over here. Like, the deck will just choose to laugh at us sometimes, and, some days there's just not really much you can do about that. Alright, so they're gonna go ahead and Thoughtseize us, which I don't even know that I mind all that much, really. Like, they can take Shacklegeist, and that's kind of sad times. They took Rattle Chains, okay. So I'm still gonna play Shacklegeist here. If they go ahead and cast a Blossoming Defense at it, then, like, okay. So what's happening here? They are... Okay. Wow, that sucks. Alright. So, like, a single well-timed magma spray will kind of ruin my plans for the day. They're buying that. Okay. So, let's see what we can come up with. Unfortunately, nothing good there, but I will at least get to mount up some kind of attack. And, wow, we are out of cards. This is, pretty bad. And a fatal push too. Come on, killing me out here. Alright. At least we have the miscast for a Kolaghan's command, which is nice, because if they, like, damage here, kill this, then at least we can answer that. But, like, wow, magic. Nope, never mind. I lied. Uh-huh. Alright, so they're also out of cards, so at least we are able to, I guess I'll tap this, continue our little onslaught here. A single Kolaghan's command is going to undo all of my hard work, which is really bad times. But I can, in theory, draw a lot of really good cards here. Like, we can draw, just like a counterspell is good to help against, Feed the Swarm. Okay, that's actually not bad. So here we can go ahead and attack here, and in their upkeep I'm going to tap down the Luris, and I'm doing it in upkeep so that we don't have to worry about the lifelink, but I don't have to worry about them killing the Nebelgast here like that in response to me casting Spectral Sailor. So that did stop exactly the play that I was worried about. Very medium. Alright. Ugh. So now is when I actively want to see the Nightpack Ambusher. Okay. Oh, hey, alright. Well, maybe we can get out of this yet. So here I'm at 6, so I'm gonna, well, not attack. I can, in theory, block Luris. Okay, a land is... Okay, what are we doing? Okay, sure, so I go to 5. I'm not gonna do anything cute, I'm just gonna go to 5. I think I would have attacked to bait the Luris attack. No, because I don't want a Magma Spray to finish off Nightpack Ambusher. I would rather this stayed on the table and I kept a 3/3. Or kept the ability to make 3/3 tokens. Like, I'm still not going to attack with Nightpack here. Because, like, if a Fatal Push... I'm sorry, Fatal Push. If I attack... Or if they block... Or if they attack and I block, then I don't get the basically guaranteed benefit of this happening here. And... Wait, there's 16 minutes on the clock. I can talk about this. So, and I'll tell them that I'm talking with y'all. So, the reason I didn't want to attack with the Nebelgast Herald is because I actively don't want them to attack with Luris. And if they attack with Luris and I flash into Nightpack Ambusher and I block it, that means that a single Magma Spray to finish off the Nightpack Ambusher or a Fatal Push on a Nightpack Ambusher will go ahead and kind of delete my ability to win the game using it. However, if I wait until end of turn cast the Night Pack Ambusher without giving them the ability to proc the Fatal Push or proc the Magma Spray as a way to kind of finish this Night Pack Ambusher off, or even one of these Cobrews post-combat. Because if they attack, I block, this thing has 3 damage, and a Cobrew can finish it off. I don't want any of those things to happen. Instead, what I want to do is play the Night Pack Ambusher, and then untap, get a 3/3, and protect it with the card that I already know I have. So that's all of why I chose to not do that. And here, I'm pretty comfortable just being at 5. Alright, so my opponent was really nice. They even said no problem. So, and here, exactly. So now I get to give my friend Hexproof. Oops, that's not a blue mana. So, in this is exactly the scenario we wanted to have happen here. So, like, I didn't, instead of baiting the attack, we got to be very productive and keep our win condition alive. And it won us the match. Sweet. So, but at least we got to, like, straight up see the reason why I didn't want to do that. And we got to see the direct result of it, too. So, that was actually really cool that it lined up like that. But, fuck it. Let's try it for this last round. But, like, in a lot of scenarios, if, say, the opponent was empty-handed, then it's 5-0 incoming. Yeah, I hope so. I would definitely like to see this deck hit a sweet trophy. Here's this. So we've got a 1-drop, a couple of counter spells. I'm gonna keep this. Alright, so we, oh, looks like another Niv Mizzet list. Okay. So we have another island here, and hopefully this works out a lot like the last one did, because as we saw earlier, these are typically pretty decent matchups for us. Having the Sylvan Caryatid versus them not having the Sylvan Caryatid, though, is kind of night and day. What I want to do here is have them try a removal spell. I want to rattle chains the removal spell and then untap and draw a Curious Obsession would be like the absolute ideal. Like that would just be super nice if that's exactly how it lines up here. Jeskai, fuck no. Oh no. Oh my god. Whoa! Oh no! Oh my god! I even told my opponent absolutely not. Even if I am kind of hyped to see what their deck does. Oh no! No. Jeskai Ascendancy is fucking terrifying. Oh my god, that card is so strong. Oh, no. Although, the point you brought up earlier, though, about the Spell Pierce versus Miscast, Jeskai Ascendancy is a great reason to specifically be on Spell Pierce. Wrong deck, Pierce. Yeah. Like, nope. You're, okay. So I hope they don't have a third one. God, if they have a third one, I might still just die. Like, that card is so goddamn terrifying. But here, if they do jam, like, I don't know, other things, I don't mind having Rattle Chains here. Like, this is still pretty good to establish a clock. And while it's not the Curious Obsession I asked for, I will still be fairly happy about this. And I'll just do the Sorcerer Speed, whatever. Oh my god, Jeskai Ascendancy is fucking scary as shit. I have absolutely no idea what their win con is either. Like, I legitimately have not seen whatever they're about to do. So I don't need to play the Rattle Chains here because I'm already doing 6 damage. They're at 12, so that's exactly a 2-turn clock. So playing another creature doesn't add anything to the clock, but flashing in another creature does open me up to a removal spell, and I'd rather just keep the clock I have active. There's no need to like press buttons unnecessarily. Is it another Ascendancy? Oh, Omnath. Okay, sure. So they're gonna get to gain their life 4, 6, 9, plus this is still 10. Okay, so I'm still like safe there. So I'm gonna do this before they can draw a card. And protect the Supreme Phantom, I guess. And I know that I have the 2 sources of hexproof, so like a removal spell is not going to do it. Oh man, 14. Fuck. Nope. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4. So 2, 4, 6, 9. And there's no point in casting the blossoming defense here. No. Because what happens is they can. This doesn't cost life like a fetch land does in other format in Modern. I would have had a play if it cost life, but it doesn't. So here, I'm just kind of like stuck letting them go up to 9, but that's fine because I have exactly 9 on the table anyway. So like, even that's not that bad. So if they have, what, a Fabled Passage, I guess that's annoying? Cycle, sure. Hopefully it's not like a Supreme Verdict. Okay, so they do have a Fabled Passage, so it is annoying. Opt. So that's 13. Okay, I can deal with 13 because Shacklegeist is still going to get to do damage. Chain to the Rocks. Well, luckily I already have a UCA guard approach, so I don't particularly have to care about that. And it doesn't take away my ability to pump here. So that's a good start. Yeah, whatever. I'll take that 4. So let's see. We got 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, good. Oh, that actually plays super well. Because now my lovely friends here are all able to, yeah, whatever. Let's see what you got. So you go up to 13. You try some removal spell. And Mausoleum Wanderer will protect one of my friends against, I don't know, something. Whew! Alright, let's go. So, Jeskai Ascendancy combo, y'all. I'm gonna put in Mystical Disputes. I don't know what I should be defending against, but I'm gonna put in Test of Talents to defend against it. Against them, I'm going to take out Mistcast. And, I guess Shacklegeist. And I've got to take out one more card. I think I'm going to take out 1 Sixth Sense. So we saw the Chain to the Rocks, which is enough to make us still want to play copies of Ucia Guard and Blossoming Defense. We legitimately just like don't know what that's going to do. I think Test of Talents No, I'm going to keep in Miscast over Test of Talents. Because I don't necessarily know what Test of Talents is going to do against this. I assume some kind of combo is coming, which is why I was thinking that maybe extracting all of their combo pieces are a thing. But they can just as well trigger Jeskai Ascendancy with like enchantments and artifacts and stuff. So until I see what their combo actually is, I'm not going to play Test of Talents because I don't necessarily know that it's going to be good. I do know that I want these because we've already seen Omnath and Jeskai Ascendancy. I would feel a little more comfortable about this if I had something that can kill enchantments, but I will start off with this and hope that my counterspell suite is oppressive enough to get the win. Like Spell Pierce, yay! Yeah. This hand is okay. So what up, MTG Edit? How you doing? So I think I'm going to mull this, actually. I think this hand's a little medium. I think I can do better. Like, it doesn't have a counterspell. It doesn't have a Curious Obsession. And I don't need 4 sources of hexproof against this deck, I believe. Oh, man. This is way better. Alright. So I am definitely going to snap keep this. And I'm going to ship the Breeding Pool. If I draw a 1-drop, this turns into, like, an actual baller of a hand. But I've got a counterspell. I've got an Obsession. Now I have a source of hexproof. And in case shit gets super real on turn 3, I've got a Lofty. Okay, that's actually pretty good. So I can Lofty a Jeskai Ascendancy here, and I can untap in Supreme, holding up UC a Guard Approach, so that I can follow up the next turn with something like a give me a 1-drop. Oh, even better. I actually got the 1-drop I asked for too. All right, cool. So that is actually much, much better, because I would much rather hold up Counterspell and play a 1-drop than do almost anything else, if I'm being completely honest. So I get to do this. If they kill it, they kill it. If they don't kill it, though, wahaha. They don't kill it, though, so earlier prescribed wahaha. And if they try to kill it here, let's see what they try to kill it with. Oh, Mystical Dispute. I'm just going to let that happen. So, I am a little sad about not getting to draw my card, obviously, but they did miss a land drop, which is, I guess, good to know. 1 mana, 2 mana. Expressive Iteration. I actually will counter that. Okay, fine. That's whatever. I don't really mind that. Okay, cool. So here I've got the UC Guard Approach, and I can go from there into Rattle Chains. So this is still pretty good, especially if the whole plan is to try to do like another Chain to the Rocks. Like, I think I'm still good with this. Good lord, Jeskai Ascendancy though. I think I'm gonna So I asked him, I said, after the match, can I have a link to the list after it's up? If this is just an Omnath, then I guess I'm sad. It is. Alright, well, that sucks. Well, unfortunate. So, like, Omnath is... I mean, realistically, it's a fucking big-ass mythic. It's better than, like, our entire deck. So, unfortunate to say, but it's, well, true. But what we can do here is... Flash and Rattle Chain still holding up UC a Guard Approach. This way I get to enable my entire instant speed shenanigans while not actually being shields down at any point here. So I do like that ability. But honestly, this deck is pretty sweet what our opponent's doing here. Okay, cool. And, oh, sweet. Opponent actually said yes. Is this the Ascendancy? Monastery Mentor. Well, shit. Okay. Our opponent's doing a lot of stuff. So let's try to protect this. Do they respond? They do not. Do we draw a land? Yeah, alright. It is a land. So I'm just going to do this in... We're at 14, which is pretty sad-faced, but... If they don't have another land, we can actually race this. And this is going to be where the idea of you see a guard being able to tap a creature might actually really come into play, because we are probably going to end up just like kind of pod racing here. Chain to the rocks. Okay, so instead of doing one of the rattle chains turns, I'm actually just going to take advantage of the fact that I'm able to double hexproof here. And if they respond with doing something else, then I'll be able to... Okay, cool. Never mind. I was going to say if they respond with something else, then at least I'll be able to hexproof again, which will be pretty nice. Or if they just, like, play another spell and kind of waste their time, then I'm good with that, too. So, now what? Oh? Sure. The fuck is this? Radiant Flames. So luckily that's only going to kill their monk tokens and rattle chains. That is not going to get for either Supreme Phantom. So that actually is pretty sweet. But holy Jesus, opponent. But I can't block here because it means I lose both my Supreme Phantoms if I block. So that sucks. But I won't lie and say that wasn't cool. What is this? Growth Spiral. Oh, sure. Wow. Okay. So I take 9. I go to 5. All right. Okay, opponent. No, that's not pod racing. Okay. God. What do I do if that's a spell? I think I just die. I'm not even being funny. Like, I legitimately just think I die if that's a spell. So I'm going to attack with this, take him down to 16. Here I can Rattle Chains to block Omnath and profitably block Monastery Swiftspear, or Mentor. Or at least I think I can. Let's see what this spell is. Treasure Cruise? How many decks is this in one? What the fuck? Holy shit, this is like 45 decks in one. It's just putting in all the cards. Yeah, for real. It's just like, yo, so what are like all the best cards .deck? Let's make that happen. Holy shit. Okay. So I suspect that we're getting a game 3, but we're getting a very cool game 3 out of this. I am not particularly sad about the way this is working out. Like, I don't see us winning this game, but I'm not sad about this at all. You think you have a deck figured out, it shows you another? Yo, for real, like, this deck just does everything, I guess. Another surprise? Yo, for sure. Alright, so let's do this. So, block the Monk token, block the Omnath, get the Omnath off the table. Growth Spiral. Okay, so Monk token lives, I go to 1. Omnath still dies. Holy shit. And what can get me out of this now that they have a bunch of monk tokens? Probably nothing. I assume the answer is nothing, but I guess I'll give myself a draw step. They play another You Still Die? Yeah, for sure. Alright. That's enough of that. Wow, okay. That was cool as shit. Excuse me. So, now that we know a little more about what they're doing, they're just jamming like stuff. I do want the 6 cents back. I will actually take out. We saw Treasure Cruise, Growth Spirals, Radiant Flames, Chain to the Rocks. Miscast feels bad. Miscast is like, that's what I'm looking to see, like all of what we've seen from them. Like we saw Mystical Dispute, we saw Radiant Flames, we saw Treasure Cruise, we saw Expressive Iteration. No, so I actually do like the miscast. We did see a lot of stuff that it countered. So that's why I was actually kind of going back over the game log just to see whether, like it's not great against their creature threats, obviously, but it's still really good against the specific things that we saw. So like I said, we saw Expressive Iteration, we saw Treasure Cruise, we saw Radiant Flames, and even just like shutting off a Growth Spiral for 1 versus their 2 mana, even that still feels like decent. So I definitely want this second 6 cents back in, and I want all of the hexproof. So I'm actually just going to go back to this and basically be really close to a game 1 configuration, but with Mystical Disputes instead of Shacklegeists. And this hand is not bad. 1 card too many. Am I at 61? Oh, so I am. Whoops. Oh well. Whatever. I'm at 61. Oops. Oh well. Is this Pioneer now? Yes, it is. Yeah, we did play a little Modern earlier, and honestly, Modern went pretty poorly. But like, you kind of know you are getting into that scenario when you choose to play like a tier 2 deck. But we are having a lot of fun playing Pioneer right here. So this can get Chained to the Rocks. I can't do anything about Chained to the Rocks anyway, so I'm just going to do this and kind of make it their problem. If they have the thing, they have the thing. Okay. So getting a basic Plains definitely tells me that they're holding like some red Triome and are going to Chain to the Rocks here. But like, I already can't really stop that. Yeah. So I'm just going to hope to draw like a Curious and like that and go from there. I had a grindy matchup against Modern Spirits the other day. It had me sweating. Good. But yeah, no. I don't know. Like, the grindier games are really fun. Ooh. If this is another Chain to the Rocks, I guess I'm sad about that because I didn't draw a land. But if it's just like, I don't know, a spell, I guess I'm good. I'm going to try to see if this gets a Dispute out of her hand. What do we got? Nothing? Alright. Nothing's even better. So let's see. We do get to draw the card. It's not a land, but we have a 3rd Dispute. Okay. I'm actually not even sad about a 3rd Dispute because, like, all of their threats, minus Monastery's Mentor exactly, are blue. So, like, if I draw a land, I'll be happy. Okay, that's fine too. But if their whole plan is to, like, I don't know, try to cast like a, damn it, like an Omnath or something, then I guess I'm okay with that. And I actually am gonna ship one of these blossoming defenses. I don't think I want to ship any of the disputes against like the deck that plays Omnath and Treasure Cruise. No, I'm gonna ship the Miscast. What is Miscast? Yeah. Miscast it is. But no, what were you playing as when you were playing against Spirits? 1-2, Expressive Iteration. I will use one of my 97 disputes on that. A dispute. And I will dispute back. Again, I have 97 of these, so whatever. Okay. Well, still not a land, but we have another counterspell here. We have a blossoming defense. We have an actual counterspell now. I still really want to land here. This is gonna... Okay, cool. So I'm gonna get to use a blossoming defense here, which is really nice. Dispute on my blossoming defense. Okay. I will dispute the dispute. If this is a dispute, then, like, honestly, so be it. You got me. Oh, sweet. Okay. Cool. So the only sad part about that is that I'm not going to be able to use dispute as a pump spell to finish him, which is... Oh, yes, I will. Haha! Never mind. That's lethal. Cool. I'm going to try it. Alright, sick. Let's go! Trophy! Sweet. So that was awesome. And takeaways on this. So clearly I love the list. We got a 5-0 out of it. Things that I actively really enjoyed. UC a guard approach was just as good as I thought it was going to be. Like, we wanted the extra hexproof, and we wanted to occasionally be able to, you know, tap target creature. And a couple of times that could have been relevant. Like, we saw some big creatures, and tapping them when we were in pod racing mode could have been really good. And the extra hexproof came up a lot. Like, sometimes you just want more than 4 of these effects. Maybe 3/3 on Unsea Garden defense. No. I still like the blossoming defense better because it is still, honestly, this card is just, it's just better. Like, the +2 matters a lot. Like, for example, in games like the one we just saw, where like the +2 pump to finish off a game is actually really, really a big deal. So I think 4 and 2 is still the appropriate split. But a thing that I will say, though, is that your point that you brought up about Mistcast over Spell Pierce is kind of old news. So in next time we play this actually will be a Spell Pierce, because it did come up a lot today that people are playing new decks, new stuff, especially with fighter class existing now, to the point where, like, we really did want Spell Pierce a lot more than we wanted any copies of Miscast today. And Miscast was very good when it was good. But we saw a lot of spots where we had the opportunities to miss because of Miscast not being Spell Pierce. And I forgot that when playing the deck, that, you know, the fighter class deck would be a thing today because, you know, we're allowed to play with these cards now. So it was on my radar, obviously, because, you know, we mentioned the fighter class and stuff. But I just forgot it was already here, you know? Whoops. But with that said, a lot of the deck was pretty impressive. We did have the scenario where we wanted the land for Night Pack Ambusher and simply didn't get there. But like that was what, maybe 6 or so full turns where we had a turn to draw land for Night Pack and we just like never did it. But even so, we still were able to like win that match because we know that we have Grafdigger's Cage and we ended up like getting to play it. So that was pretty sweet. Like we played that card for a reason. And Test of Talents, I still like this card against decks like Phoenix, but with the Run-a-Fowls being a 4x in our sideboard, even that might be like slightly unnecessary now. So like we could just want to play something like a third Spell Pierce here, plus a 1x of something else, and the something else is just kind of to be determined on what that actually is. It could be a 4th Shacklegeist, it could be a 4th Nebelgast Herald, it could be a 3rd You See a Guard Approach. Honestly, to be determined on that last spot. But that was clearly a pretty sweet list that we got overall. Yeah, I don't know, we got to nab a sweet trophy with it. But that's going to be kind of it for here. So we got to give ourselves a little input on Blue-White versus Banned Spirits for Modern. We got to talk about the Martyr of Sands deck also for Modern. And then we got to like play and win with a sweet list in Pioneer. So today was a pretty action-packed day. When Monday comes around, I think what we'll end up doing on Monday, depending on obviously like mood over versus whatever happens in a weekend, we could play a little more of this. I could go back to playing mono blue for a day, or just like try something completely new and play like Grixis Value Town or something. We could even play the Martyr of Sands deck. So honestly, to be determined whenever Monday comes around. But with that said, on Twitch, I'm going to look for somebody to raid y'all over to. On YouTube, obviously, I'm going to leave the video up so that y'all can watch this whole thing there. And yeah, I will see y'all on Monday, everybody. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, thanks. You enjoy your night too.